Can you hear me now? Am I having mic issues? Uh-oh. Am I having mic issues? Okay. Alright. I think we had a rough start. Okay. Alright. I think we had a rough start. Okay. Alright, we got the microphone working again. Alright, so let's start over. Welcome, everybody. We got KJPC. We got Lava Lamp. We got Bortor. We got Higgins Tattoo. Thank you, guys. I even checked the mic and made sure it wasn't on mute tonight for the first time ever. And it turns out, I guess it wasn't plugged into the controller properly or something. So let's start this all over again. And welcome, everybody, to the return of Sunday Shenanigans. So, we are back. We are here. I was just standing there, apparently, like, waiting or something. Alright, so, I got a couple things to complain about. I don't like to, but I'm going to have to. Because it kind of threw me. Really killed a large portion of what I was about to build. And now I need to rethink and do some other stuff. And now I'm going to have to throw some parts around and try to create a bunch of new stuff. Which I did a bunch of a few things, and I'll show you in a moment. And then I got to hang out with Pez last night. And Pez and I came up with something kind of neat. And then I hung out with Higgs today and showed him how to get the old Atlas seed, egg seed, Atlasness, whatever I'm calling it nowadays, the Atlas void egg seedness. I don't even know what to call it anymore. We'll go with void egg because that'll stay with, or something. I need to figure something out with that. I need to maybe rename it or something. But anyway, Big Pooch, what's going on? So, anyway, to make this story longer and more boring, the reason I started experimenting again is because there must have been some sort of partial update when I had taken my break that took away basically a large percentage of how I decorate interiors. And oh, you did exactly what I did, Big, and the light floor snapped perfectly. Yeah, I don't get it, Pidge. It seems to work in other areas sometimes. I don't get it, but I'm going with a newer method. But I need to figure something out because I don't know how to get the center where I want it yet. So I don't know why. I don't know why it works sometimes and why there's that issue other times. And I had seen that issue prior to the more recent updates. Every once in a while that happened. All right, so. For starters, I'm going to give somebody 07s if you can tell me what is different and what's going on with these arches right here. Can anyone tell me what's going on here? Can you see it? And Pez, if you're... I don't see Pez's name up here, so I was going to say he can't say anything because he was with me when I did this. So, if you'll notice, alright, aside from the fact that we've got... They look cool. I like Big Pitch's answer. Madtown couch merge. I'm not sure what that means, but no. No sofas were involved in the creation of these. Aha, okay. You're all very close. So, what we got here is we've got a full metal arch with 2 wooden half arches in here. Okay? And if you'll notice these wooden half arches here, normally when you snap und half arch to an arch like this, okay, see we got an arch here? The natural snap for that is what? Not that, that. Well, it is if the floor is upside down. Okay. Come on, flip back around, please. There we go. All right. That's natural, and if we're going to the side, that's the natural snap. If you'll notice where this portion is sticking to the back of the arch, and if you look over here, they are coming through on the front. So, how did we get that? Got a little bit of, you know, a little bit of merging here. Mary Lizzie, holla. Holla! And Madtown, I'm sorry if I did not say hello. Welcome. Thank you for joining, peoples. So, whoa. You got this cool little bump out with the arches. And because they're not actually snapped, bink, they float a little bit higher, okay, which gives you this, which still allows you to pop a floor on here, and if you look, it merges fine, okay, so that allows that little bit of cover up and keeps you level, okay. And it also allows you to snap to the arches. So you have a choice of how you want to, you know, you could put a little awning, right? And then with that awning, we could throw in some, let's say, some light. Maybe. I don't know. I haven't tested this out. This is first for you, first for me. All right, so we can't put the light in. But, can we? And I'm just not doing it right. Never tell me I can't do something in this game. Alright, so that goes in. But does not snap to that. But if we do that, and we throw our light panels in first, for some reason this one doesn't want to go. It might be on the wrong snap, maybe. Okay, so a no-go on that. Let's try it the other way and see what happens. See if it's just this. Alright, so we get a green state here. Alright, so we'll do that. Okay, that's on the arch itself. Then what happens if we throw our floor panel up on this? Can we? Alright, so we're a little crooked. Alright, that's why. Alright, we're not lined up proper. Okay. Deavante, welcome. Near Extinction, welcome. Magic Within, welcome. Thanks for stopping in, y'all. Alright, so, how did I make these? Well, let's do that. Start with that for tonight. Alright, this is what I'm calling the R&D mess, because it actually has absolutely no potential of becoming a build. It's like really an R&D mess. It's just me throwing stuff around. I will make an R&D that will turn into something at some point, but for now I'm having to relearn some stuff and now unfortunately create some new stuff due to the fact, and I guess I'm going to do this first because I'm really kind of bummed about it, due to the fact that Hello Games has once again added some bunch of really cool stuff, and then taken something important away. So, a technique that I used back with the time machine and when we first got scaling, and this has always been possible, was these metal walls would phase. Now guess what? They don't. So I can no longer create cool effects in these walls, which really bums me out. Mimo, welcome. Now everything floats on top. They took the phase away from this. And that really, John, what's going on? Welcome. That really bums me out. They also took away the collision on the wire, so you can no longer use the wire. So it basically killed two very large techniques that I use personally quite a bit, and I know that others use quite a bit. So I don't know what happened, but in one of the updates, the phasing of the metal wall got ruined. And quite honestly, almost made me say forget coming back. I gotta be honest. It really kind of was like, great. You gave us a bunch of really great stuff, and you took away something that a lot of people had been using for a while now. And everything I had planned for my interior is now moot. And, you know, yes, does it make me have to think about it and whatnot? Yes. Does it ruin an entire build, and now I'm actually needing to think of an entire new thing to build, and which is putting me behind what I wanted to do? Yes. So I'm a little bit peeved about this. And you know how much I love this game and Hello Games, but this really, and the wire thing, two very important techniques, gone. So, because of that, I started messing around again. I guess it might benefit on some level. Now this archway thing, I'll get into that again in a minute, but I had to get into what I was upset about tonight, because it really Icarus, welcome, by the way. It really made me angry. I was grumpy. Now I'm hoping this is a temporary thing, and that's why I'm not super grumpy, and that's why I'm like, okay, you know what, I'm gonna let it slide for right now, but if it disappears completely, I'm going to be very bummed. Because that was a huge technique for doing a lot of different things. And yet we have all this other kinds of merging, which we're going to get into right now. Alright, let's get into it. So, we're going to start with, I guess we'll start with, yeah, we'll use wood just because it shows a little bit better. And we'll use a metal arch to start with, though. Okay. Alright, so we've got our arch, right? I'm going to need more room than that. Why did I get out of the way? Alright, we've got our arch. Bink, right? And normally, when we put a half arch, it naturally, we're going to get this natural phase, okay? This is awesome. This still works. And if you remember when Beyond first dropped and we first got scaling, I did a whole section on this. And unfortunately, because of my meltdown, I deleted all of that. I might still have some videos up. I'm going to look into it. And I am going to be doing some tutorials this time for real. So I will get into making wall designs and things like that. So normally when an arch, as we explained earlier, snaps in, it snaps in like this. Okay, end to end, point to point. But what I was doing was pressing L1 and R1, and actually if you start it in this direction, it's better. If you start it facing you, like so, press L1 and R1. Oh, it's not working the same this time, of course, because I'm demonstrating. Alright, let's get the arch out of the way. So find your center point here where you want to be on this line. Okay, now you see as it snaps in, it kind of sinks down a little bit. Now I don't want that. Alright. I want it. Do what I want it to do. So this is not a snap. This is, you know, organic, if you will. Get it lined up. Build it. Now do your next one. Build it, all while holding L1, R1 if you're on console. Now, we're going to take our arch. And it may naturally phase here, I don't know. Yes, it does. Good, I don't have to do the other bit. And that's it. You get a nice little natural phase. Cuts through the sides. And it gives you, you know, a little bit of a decorative change. You know, where you can, you know, create neat, you know, little awnings off the side. Now, there may be a way to do the snap ways. I haven't gotten to that yet. This was just a quick one. Oh, right on. Thank you, guys. Bruce, welcome. Thank you. Badger, welcome. Am I missing anybody? No, not yet. Thank you. Thanks for stopping in, everybody, by the way. I really appreciate it. Yeah, it is weird that they took the wire thing out. Wild Moose Raid. Damash, welcome. Devante, giving Oreos. Alright. And that's basically how to do that. It's a natural snap. You know, afterwards, you'll get that phasing bit. Just gives you a neat little, you know, let's see if we can't, see if we made that a little bit straighter this time where we can make our awning. No, we're still a little off on it. I don't know if that's, I bet you it has to do with some of the spacing there. I wonder if we do this. Aha. That's weird. Why did it do that? No Man's Sky where nothing makes sense. And then, now we got it. Just had to remove the arch for a minute. Then if we pop our pop the floor panel up there, we could, oh, I guess we could just frontage something here. You know, we could there. Now we've got a cool little lit awning. If I put power to it. Moose, what is up? Thank you very much for stopping in. Let me go up the list. John, I'm not sure if I've met you before, but welcome. Thank you for stopping in. Oh, there we go. I said yes earlier. I said hello to you and welcome. Welcome and hello to everybody. Thank you for joining the return of Sunday Shenanigans. Alright, so that's, you know, quick and dirty way to make a interesting awning. Now, I was hoping Ian South was going to show up tonight so I could get back into explaining this for him really quick. Now, instead of doing it my old way, which was nice and simple and easy, and I could put my center point where I wanted it, I have to kind of go through some stuff now. Now I'm using the wire method instead of just that because it's more reliable. Now, I got a pretty simple way. I mean, it's probably already been done 100 times, but making these, you know, tunnels, columns, whatever you want to do here, nice and easy. Super, super simple to make one of these. And if you want, you can smooth it out nice and easy. You don't have to have the fold over. You can have a nice, simple cylinder going on, but, you know, everyone knows how to do that now. This is just stylistically, you know, something I was doing. Alright, what else? What else? Oh yeah, so when hanging out with Bez last night, I showed him the double arch here, right? Which was something I did way back in Beyond, and everyone knows about those. And then I showed him what I was doing because of, you know, the lack of wall phasing. Now I'm like, alright, well, how am I going to make cool, you know, workstations and whatnot? This is a team glitch. This is a monitor in a window. This is not a team glitch, but you can see we got a monitor placed in there, inset. This is a monitor window, just made with arches and a monitor. You can close off the back, but it's a little dirty. Same with this. This is just a different version of it. Different version, you know, same thing, just playing with placement here. So that's kind of where I'm at. Since they took the phasing away and I had all kinds of things I could do with that, I can't do it anymore, and it's very frustrating. So I showed Pez that. So we started messing around with stuff, and we noticed this really dope mirror kind of effect, which makes some really kick-ass kind of windows. They're not windows, so you can't see through them, but it's like looking at a skyscraper, alright? And depending on the lighting, you're going to get kind of different effects. You get here, and as the light comes around, and then this is the same material, but we had to team glitch this monitor in, you know, and we got different heights just to kind of see what it would do. But isn't that sweet? Look at that. That is killer. Those are sick. Now, can you imagine like a build? And it's got to have light on it, though, because when it gets dark, they go pitch black, which is cool in itself, because it, you know, it will change depending. And depending on how you phase this part in, you know, I'm waiting for the light to kind of hit this one here. I'm hoping it does while we're standing here for a minute, because this looks really neat when it's just inset in here. But you can kind of see, you know, that effect just because there's some light going on. But we're just getting it at a bar right here because the light's not in the proper placement. See, if we look over here, we've got the lighting coming from over here, which is making these, you know, do that cool thing. Badger, so that is the back. No, it's not the backside of the monitor. The backside of the monitor looks like the backside of the monitor. So if we look at the backside of a monitor through the you know, the monitor window, you still have the feet. Now, you know, you can cover them, but it's kind of dirty. I haven't figured out a clean way to do it yet. But this works. And I might, actually, I know a way I could do it cleanly. I just thought of it, actually. So what is that causing the mirror effect? Wait till you see what it is. You're going to be like, what? Really? That? Unfortunately, it's not a true mirror effect. It's more of a reflection of some sorts, but it just has that vibe, you know, like look at the visor on his helmet here. You know, similar vibe going on, right? All right, are you ready? You ready for what's causing this? The light shelf. Who would have thought? But for some reason, at least in, and especially in this environment too, it takes on this, look at the edge of it. It takes on this metallic sheen. You see that? So for some reason, it has like this really cool metallic sheen in the right lighting. Now, as soon as the lighting changes, you know, this will go to pitch black. So until they take this away from us, use it. And all that is, okay, how I'm doing a lot of this stuff here, okay? This is going to give it away right here. So when building my freighter, I started using some of those techniques on land, all right? On Terra. So now this is a team glitch, okay? This is something that needs to be done with another player in order to embed that into this glass and have this border. You know, that requires two people. This, on the other hand, you can do by yourself. To make one of these monitor windows is, I'm still working on the formula on where to put stuff and how to get it, but it's a bit of trial and error anyway. So let's make one of these. Alright. You want to see how that's done? Anybody? Anybody? Should I make one of those? Yes, no, maybe? Right, Badge? Alright. We'll go for it. Alright, so. I think I have things over here I can use ahead of time. Alright, so what you need to do is get whatever arch style you want to do. Ooh, I just thought of a new design element. Alright, and we'll go metal just because that's what we're dealing with at the moment. And you want one right side up, and you want one going up and side down. Come on. I know you're here. You're gonna be that much of a pain in my butt. You were just willing to do it a second ago. Alright, you know what? Let's just do what we need to do here. There we go. We'll make it do what we want. There we go. Alright, now we got our double arch, right? Or our opposing arches. So, oh, and let me get into build camera. Hold on. Too many buttons. There we go. That's more comfortable for me. Alright, now, during the freighter build, I needed to find something that wouldn't delete parts when I deleted it. And actually, while I'm streaming, just real quick. Okay. Just so I don't get a rando. So, you know, with the freighter, you're left with limited parts. So I had to, you know, course through what limited parts we had. And in doing so, I discovered that this was pretty friendly. So what you want to do is you want to get, and again, this is organic. You got to play around with it. You cannot snap this, as far as I know. So you're going to get this planter here. You're going to face it towards you. Okay. You're going to enlarge it so that it basically takes up the view of your window here. Right about there. Right, just bring that bar so the light bar is hidden. And you can play with the sizing, but you need, if you're going to do a run of something, okay, if you're going to do multiples of something with this technique, size this first, lay them all in. Okay, because if you change the size of this, it will change its collision bubble, which will change how things are put in. And this is what I mean by that. Okay, so I'm going to take this, scaled it this size, and I'm going to put it, oh, let's just cover this right here for now. Okay, and get it as straight as possible. You want it straight, okay, as straight as you can get it. And the camera is so notchy and slidey, it's very annoying. I'm barely touching the controller and it throws the part like 10U. Breathing on the damn thing and it moves. Alright, so once you place your planter, break out your monitor, whatever color you feel like. And this gives you a nice little center line to work with. It gives you some little measuring lines you can work with. You know, like most of the pieces, you have, you know, some reference to work with. Then you're going to break out your monitor. And I think we'll go green because it's the first one I come to. Rotate it. Flatten it. Rotate it again. Scale. Now see how, now this is too close to get a full, and this is what I mean by, you know, you have to play with the scaling of that, the positioning of that. So I need to bring it back so that as I scale this up, I mean, if you want, I mean, obviously you can leave it like this. It works and it looks interesting. You know, it's not horrible by any means, especially if you change color on it. You know, that looks cool. It's doable. But if you're going for the straight up monitor, and here, like I was explaining, I can delete this planter now. Now, see how that collision bubble, I'm aimed at that planter right now, but the collision bubble on the monitor is that far out. How ridiculous is that? So be careful here until you find the monitor, I mean the planter rather, excuse me. And then your planter will delete. Now you're left with a nice window monitor of sorts. Alright, but since that's not the look I'm going for, we're going to delete that. We're going to bring our planter back. Now we know we need to move it back a little bit, so I'm going to bring that up. So we need to bring that back. So I was covering that. Yeah, let's bring it back to right about there, I guess. Go to about here. I think. But you get the idea. There is a little bit of, you know, messing around. You know, you will get different looks just by having, you know, this position slightly different. But now as we enlarge it, now, okay, so we need to move that back a little bit more. But see how now we're taking up more of the space and we're getting less of the bars showing through, right? Alright, so let's find our sweet spot. And I'll catch up on chat in just a moment. So again, we're going to just kind of raise this up till we lose the... And this is what I mean by, you know, if you change the size of this thing, its collision bubble will change. So, you know, you need to kind of... Like I've been noticing that these 2 feet are right about in... Like if we just do this, like say we can measure it with this little item here. You know, we got that reference point in the floor, we drop this down a little bit. We can say, alright, every time I want to use this size, right? If I could... The camera wasn't so touchy. Alright, so now... Well, I was still a little too close, right? So we'll move her back to... Alright, so I was there. Let's take it to about here and see what happens. And the reason you want to scale it up is it allows you to move the piece up and down. And you have a little more movement allowance. And each part that you try to do this with will require different spacing. So you're going to, you know, again, this is why I call it kind of organic glitch building. You know, you're kind of creating your formula as you go. But now that we're large enough, there we go. Now, and see again, now we're a little too far away. We are still within it. Yeah, and actually that's pretty good. So, but say you want to get the feet out of view, you know, you're going to have to do a little finagling. And we'll place it just for fun. But that's the basic idea. Yeah, me too, Big Pidge. Just John, what's up? So, again, you know, you're gonna be messing about. You know, you're gonna be finding that sweet spot, that right size. You know, there might be another part that, you know, works well. But I went through a few things, and this I found to be the most removable without deleting anything else with it. Now this one seems to be locked in there pretty darn good, and oh, there it is. There we go. But we still managed to keep that monitor in there. But see how that build bubble from the monitor takes over that planter? So just be careful when deleting. You know, a breath on your controller, you might delete your other part. All right. So that's that. And that was the same thing with how we put these in here. Okay, and we'll come back when this lighting is heading back over that way. Again, team glitch. This was just, you know, it doesn't look as good, man. You know, as when you phase them in. I mean, it sticks out, and that was the whole nice thing about having that phasability. You know, and these just don't look as nice, you know? You phase it down and it's just still stuck to the top. It's still sticking off the wall. The whole point of having that phase was to be able to get it in there and alter things, make it look different, change it up. We've been looking at the same parts for so long. You know, the one pleasantry was being able to, you know, use what we had and be able to alter it a little bit, you know, with the limited palette we have. Alright, but let's play around with something. We know all about this. We're good in this. Unless Ian South joins again. I'll get back into this. Y'all know how to make the cylinder, right? This isn't anything new to you. The quick, easy way to make that. Alright. Well, not quick, easy way, but, you know, it's pretty easy. This is me and Jabwai were hanging out. Me and Joby were hanging out. And we were just messing around, you know. Made this little thing. Excuse me, pardon me. Which is, you know, nothing. It's just a play around. And yes, we know. Although the top is really cool. I really like the top. And this is just this technique. You know, it's the Atlas seed technique. Oh, here's the other thing that kind of got me. So, I spent, 2 hours working on a build project. You know, granted it was an Atlas seed and it's something I've done, you know, before, but, you know, it took some time off and I forgot my reference marks and, you know, I wanted to kind of get back into that. Oh, here's another cool thing that Higgs Tattoo made, did. This nice blender bit with the two different materials. Great thought process on that. You know, we had a concrete and rusted metal here. It looks really neat with the mixed textures. That was a good idea. And anyway, let me get into this story real quick. I'm gonna take a minute breather, and we'll go there. I didn't want to show anybody till it was done, but I don't know if it's ever going to get done now at this point. And this is why. I'll put some pictures of how it should look up on Discord, because I managed to get it once, and this is where I get really upset. So, I spent a couple hours, I want to say 2 or 3 hours, rebuilding. Well, building, then rebuilding. Finally had it perfect. It was doing exactly what I wanted it to do. The build was done. I took photos. I was super stoked. I was about to get ready to, you know, take some video and be all happy. And here's my first new build. Even though it's something you've seen, it looks different here, you know, and it looks appropriately placed in this place. It looks like it was meant to be here. And I'm like, all right, I need a little breather. I'm going to get off this planet. I'm going to check out the planets in the system. And so I go out into space, and I pulse into this planet, and I break through the atmo, and the planet takes a second to render in because it's all crazy stormy. And the planet renders in, and my screen locks up. And I'm like, all right, maybe it just locks up for a second here while it's doing its thing. Nope. A couple minutes later, it's sitting there, and I'm like, all right, I guess I got to restart the game. Now, I saved before I left that spot 3 or 4 times, manual saves, and then I even called my freighter in to a spot or two. And I load back in, and it brings me back to before all the work I did. That save. And I'm like, so everything I just rebuilt twice, fixed, lined up, measured out, is no longer. And then I realized something else in that process. An old thing that I forgot about, that I'm like, all right, this is going to be an issue, but this was the one that was there when I showed up. And this has to do with plants. So I come back, and this is the picture I have before. Like, lo and behold, I fixed it. Everything's perfect, right? I rebuilt it. I fixed it. Everything's where it should be. I come back, and everything had moved. The plant was lower than it used to be. So I'm like, all right, I'll remeasure. And, you know, this seems to be where the plant ends up. So it's only the regular folk in here who has seen this. So it's not like going to be a new thing for any of y'all. But what I'm going to do is in Discord, in the PBF Discord, I will post pictures of what it should look like. You know what? I'm debating whether or not I should even show y'all. You know what? We're gonna. You know why? And I'm going to go through from the Nexus. But it'd be easier if I showed you and explained. And you've already seen the seed, so it's not like a big deal. But the story behind this one and the environment that it's in actually work really well. And I didn't want to show anyone for, you know, once until I had it done. But I don't think it's ever going to be finished or ready or work the way I would like it to. So herein lies why I'm going to just show and explain. Oh, you did, John? Yeah. Well, the thing, and then Higgs comes in and kills the plant. But it didn't matter anyway, Higgs. It wasn't right. It was the lower version. So what I'm going to do again is I'm going to rebuild it one more time to the version that seems to show up the most. There seems to be two versions, and I remember way back before Beyond, when I had just learned how to glitch build, I had a similar situation where the planet seems to have two different renders. Where, again, here's the example from pre-Beyond. I had a build, and it was a cave build. Well, actually, it was a multi-layer build. Mary remembers that one, Mary Lizzie. That was an early build. When I was up and over into this cave, and then the whole environment changed, and I didn't realize that it was going to go back because the planet had two renders. So when I showed up, there was a group of mushrooms that were in one spot, and then if you left the planet and came back, sometimes it would be one mushroom that was moved in another spot. So, you know, it seems that the planet actually has two different versions of itself. Yeah. Now, if we get lucky, we'll get the version that works, and both the plants will have come back, and the one plant will be, you know, the taller version. Or we're going to get the version where none of the plants have come back yet, and it's just floating there. But when I built it, and you'll see my thought behind it, and it was so perfect. Even ER was like, dude, it looks so perfect in that environment. And I was like, right, it actually fits. It like belongs here, you know. This is what that build, this was the planet this build was built for before the planet type existed. If that makes any sense. These are so cool, by the way. Although the alien pyramid, yeah, I built one of those. Beebles is cool, though. Of course, it's Beebles. And then this is fucking killer. Oh, pardon my language. Boyd, of course, doing the ginormous builds. And this, of course, is killer just because it's using things the way I think, you know, thinking outside the box. It's a great, great build. So much talent in the community these days. I'm so stoked to see it. Alright, so this is my void egg build, and I apologize that you're getting to see it not really finished, but it's gonna, I'll explain, it'll make more sense if we're there, right? And and whoever just subscribed this evening, thank you for subscribing, I appreciate that. I don't have my computer and Streamlabs. Beeble, man, I gotta thank Beeble right now. Because Beeble helps me out so much, man. He's so smart with all that stuff. You know, all the internet stuff and computer stuff. And my computer, as I've said in the past, is a mouse with an abacus, okay? It really is. It's old and sucks. And Streamlabs, basically, because I've got a music program on there which takes up most of it, which is Pro Logic 10, which is like a synth program. It's really awesome, and I'm not deleting it for Streamlabs, I'm sorry. But because of that, Streamlabs doesn't run very well on my computer, and like I'll go hit settings, and I'll walk away from the computer for a few minutes, and go back, and it may have gone to that page. And I have cleaned out all the other crap in my computer, but, you know, the internet, some photos, and yep, okay, so we are in a version, the lower version, or where the plant is low. Okay, and it looks like garbage. But I'm going to make use of it, because it looks like it's grasping it, which is the whole idea of this. Now, I'm going to warp out of the planet, and I don't even think this other plant on the other one has come back. And there are two versions, yeah, the plant for this one hasn't even come back in yet. So I'm going to pulse out of the planet and then pulse back in, and sometimes that changes the height. Not always, but sometimes. And sometimes it's like fly out, fly in, fly out, fly in, fly out, fly in. Oh, hey, it changed. You know? And if I blue screen... Since I don't have Streamlabs and I'm not running Capture Card, we will lose stream, so I apologize. And I will return unless, you know, we're getting near the end, and then I'll, you know, if we've been a couple hours or whatever. Alright, so I'm going to just go to another planet real quick. And hopefully not freeze. I'm going to actually go in and enter the planet slower. More slowly, slower than I did last time. That's what I was trying to say. Spit it out. Use your words. Man, it takes some time to get to planets these days. I think I was warping to a planet the other day. It took like 2 minutes. I'm like, damn. Was it always like this? Did it always take that long? Or did I just find planets that were closer together? I don't know. Alright, so we're going to slow the hell down. We're going to go in like this and hopefully not freeze or blue screen. Because that seems to be happening quite a bit. The people I've spoken with recently said that they're having some issues with that sort of thing. Alright, what do we got on this planet anyway? Do a little exploration. It is Shenanigans after all. Let's get into some shenanigans. Ooh. I might have to make this a whole void egg universe. Because I have a feeling, well, it's either going to just be these spindly things. Yeah, it looks like we just got spindlies. It's kind of a boring looking planet, isn't it? Kale, welcome. How you doing? I know. See, it's like, it's funny. When you don't want it to grow back, it grows back. When you want it to grow back, it doesn't. Yeah, this is kind of a boring-ass planet. All right. So we're going to get out of here, because we don't want to be here at all. So what I'm going to do here, if you guys are up for it, I'm going to try to build another version of the seed where it seems to constantly be, where that plant seems to bring itself on a regular basis. That seems to be the main render. is the lower one. So I'm going to measure. I've already got a pipe measured. I had already... Oh, thanks, Gail, man. I appreciate that. Now, you're not missing anything with me these days. I came up with a couple of new design elements, and I, finally got the APG engine working again in a more consistent manner now. I guess I'll just do it a different way. Than I used to. Pardon me, I was biting on a little nip-nip. Excuse me. Alright, let's hope for the good render. Come on! Give us what we want for once. I know I'm not Beeble with the magical S-Class finding things. Hello Games hates me, I think. I think that's the problem. They don't like me. Because I screw with their building stuff too much. But if you're up for it, I will start and try to get what should be the view. Or I'll leave that one and I'll do it somewhere else, but I don't know what the render is going to be on, say one off in the distance there, you know what I mean? But the whole point is I wanted these in stages anyway, so I guess this will work, but it's not what I planned. But this one I know usually shows up here. So now I do have... I mean, if you don't want to see it, just please let me know, and I will not build another one in stream. I'll just do it off stream. If you don't mind, I will start it, and we'll see if we can't get this to be where it should be on a regular basis. And again, I will post it on Discord what it should look like, because I did manage to get one set of photos of the view on how it should be. And actually, over here on this one, there should be one of these type of plants underneath it. Alright, and then also it takes a minute for the lights to come on. So can I get a consensus on whether or not I should try to build the seed in the place I think it's going to always end up with that bead? It should be inside, okay? That was the whole point. Or should, because I'm going to build one, again, it's the theme I had going with this was I was going to build a bunch of these, okay? Like 3, when I mean a bunch. And maybe a couple of more as they were coming down. I was going to have one, and they were going to be harvesting these pearls, right? So this one's kind of pulling this one in. I wanted one inside. I wanted one above a plant that was doing something to kind of coax it open, okay? Or maybe it was, drawing up after it collected and it closes up after it collects the pearl. So I wanted different stages. Like these were coming down and, collecting stuff to make living ships, collecting, stuff to make the egg, or I don't know, just something along those lines. All right. If you're up for it. Well, Kale, I've got the first part of it's usually pretty quick. The basis of it. So here is where this should lie. Okay, this seems to be the render I get 98% of the time. So we should have this central ring, I would like to be, right about in its center, which should be here-ish. Now I do have a center point already here, so I should be good to go to just And unfortunately, as soon as I put down what I need to put down, we're going to lose the plant, okay? But I should still have my central snap point here. Oh, please tell me I have it. Which actually, it should, yeah, there it is. See, okay, see, this is how I know the plant's moved, because here's my central snap. All right. It's actually above the pearl, which we can't really see. There it is, pink. All right. So if I just drag the wire out of it now, we can kind of see, you know, that it's right there. There it is, okay? Now see the distance it's moved? Now bring this up to where I had measured prior, which was right here. Christy, welcome. You know, this would be, the bead would be about here. So what we're going to do is we're going to delete a bunch of stuff. Here we go. Yes, this is mildly heartbreaking. But I need the practice, so it's, you know, it is what it is. Okay, so now that we're not engulfed in glare, that was my prior measuring point. So I figure even if I bring it down, we should be okay. So now, as I take this pipe in, we can tell we're, you know, we're pretty centered right there. It's not perfect by any means, but it's not far off. It's a good, you know, it's a good rough middle of this, you know. It is going to move a little bit, so. Alright, so what I'm going to need to do apparently is we're going to need to move that. So we're going to get rid of these for now. Let's get a block. Let's make that gray, black, and wood. Let's blender that. Well, we're going to need something to do that with, aren't we? Yes, we are. This is just for now. Now we can get our block, which is over here. Thank you very much. Okay, now we know this is centered, okay, because I've centered it earlier. And if we look over the top, you can see that's pretty centered. Okay, so we're going to take a block right there. And what are we going to do? We are going to drop another block. And we're going to drop one more and see if we can see the top, which we can. Good. We're going to keep this wire because it's a center. And as you can see, we should be... Yeah, it's, you know, we're a little offset, but that's not too bad. And it doesn't matter anyway, because we're gonna do something here. We are going to what? What are we gonna do? We gotta get a good camera angle is what we gotta get. But I'm bubbling, so that's gonna give me an issue. Alright. Let's move. Gotta move. Get a little closer. Don't be shy. You don't want to kill the plant right away, though. We still need that. We're going to do that. We're going to get rid of that. We're going to bring that in here because we're going to stay in here for a little while. Googly moogly. Okay. Yes. Well, I had to delete everything. Okay, we need to slide this over a little bit. That was my center point here. I missed the wrong point. Okay. Doesn't matter. We can redo it. We're going to do it right now, as a matter of fact. Alright, so what I'm going to do here is, hopefully, if I can get a halfway decent angle on it. There we go. Up and down on the bill camera, please. Yes, I still want that. Alright, since we have no collision on the wire anymore, I guess it won't really get in my way. This is rough. Alright, this may not work the way I'm thinking, but we'll try. Twist and turn and bend and contort. If I had a camera on me, you'd see me breaking my neck right now. Alright, so we know that this floor panel is not going to want to snap on there, right? No, it's not wanting that. It says, you know what, I really don't want to do that. And I'm like, you know what, I don't blame you. I get it. You know, you don't really want to be there. It's understandable. But I really would like you to be there. So if you could, please. That would be very kind. Come on. Let me get centery here. Since I can't like look over the top effectively, I'm having to kind of guess this. But hey, organic building, right? That's my excuse for not being perfect today. Alright, so that's kind of what we want. And I know the plant isn't exactly symmetrical either, but no, not that. There we go, thank you. Alright, so now we're there, right? And I need to do that, unfortunately. So now we're going to delete the plant. Now we know this is roughly our center point. Let's get rid of that. Okay. Bink. Bink. So this is rough center. That looks pretty centery. A little off, but nothing that we're going to worry about, because it's going to move anyway when it changes its position. So now what we need to do is we need to think about where that center band's going to be. So if this is the center band of what we're making, well, logically, right, it should kind of come down to this center. So we want to probably bring that down, oh, I'd say maybe a short wall. Too much. Alright, let's go. Let's go 3. Ah, that looks good. Okay. That's what we're after. 3, it's the magic number. Yes, it is. And this is what I did for the first one, by the way, okay? Until apparently that was the higher render that I I was messing with. So this should put that center bead in the center band, right? It is a plant, yes, Christie's. So that bead, when this plant comes back, should be within, not like we saw it when we came in, you know, being sucked up into it, which I will build one somewhere, but I had another idea for that, and it requires a different form at the bottom. This one was meant to be, you know, it had grabbed the seed already, you know, or that pearl, whatever that thing is. Okay? All right, so we look good there, right? That looks pretty centered. Even that's actually a little high, so that's good. So that should be right about here. That pearl should be here, and that first window should be right here as well. Okay, that first opening should end up there. And we'll do a quick, you know, we'll put some light in here super fast. You know, I'm not even going to have it be perfect. I don't care. Just get it there so we can see. That should be. And again, this is the render that everyone seems to see on a regular basis, you know. Oh, wait. Stop. Stop it, Joe, moving. Yeah, I'm not going to make it perfect, right? All right. Oh, you know what? I should probably put the music back on. I'll do that next. Nobody wants to hear me sing unless it's a Bouncy Blue Screen song, and I haven't sang that in a while. Because I haven't used the blue screen in some time. Alright, so... and I'm pretending this is the center of the bead right here, so I'm going at it from this direction. Why did I just do that? There's no reason for me to do that. I need to be here. And we might as well get it prepped. Boom. Okay. We ain't too far off there. That's pretty darn close for that. So, the bead should color all of this. Okay, the bead should take up, if that's the center of the bead, I'll call it the pearl. Let's call it the pearl. That's the center of the weird alien pearl. Wow, look at that. Is that not bizarre? Are we seeing that render? Look at that render. Whoa, trippy. Trippy. Sorry. All right. All right, that should be it, right? Bottom of the bead. This is probably right around the size of the pearl. Let's actually mimic that somewhere, can we? Can we mimic that somewhere? Where is there a bead around here I can bring a window up to and size it? I think there's one down here. Alright, these are smaller. I need a tall plant. Tall. Tall plant with a pearl. Not a short plant with a pearl. Because those pearls are smaller. Ah, up the hill. Okay. There we go. Perfect. Oh, this will be the one I have grabbing, maybe. See where I lose my build permissions. Right about there. Okay. We can throw that. That's not too far of a throw either. Alright. So, our window is... I can't rotate it the other way. Our window is roughly one... I'd say it's like 2 windows. So that's the center of our bead. Okay, let's see here. How about taking the camera out there, Kev? That would help here. That's the center of the bead. Think these at an angle. That'd take up most of the space. Right? Right. That should work. Correct? Correct. I know it works because I've done it. Kill, you out? Alright. Take care, Kill. Have a good eve. Get some well-needed rest and relaxation. Alright, so yes. Okay. If that is roughly centered, this is at an angle. We'd say this is about roughly 2 windows tall. Okay. We know the center is where we marked it, because you saw it. Everyone agrees, yes? Can I get at least some confirmation in chat that we have what we think is our center? Again. Someone vindicate me, please. Pretty please. Is it just me, or am I seeing that mirrored texture more than... Yes. Okay. So we are... I'm not a complete and utter moron, right? Alright. Okay, so... if this is where we need our arches, then what we need is to get rid of these windows, lay down a floor panel just for height. Bink, yes. And if we lay down that floor panel, the archway is where the corridor would be. We bring up our round room, because that's where the arch is going to come off of. We put down a round room. We don't need to put it down. We can red state it. And that is a little low, but roughly center. So we are centered. So we need a floor panel right where we've got one. Okay. So now what we're going to do is... we're going to delete you. No, delete, not color. We don't need you. We are going to take a piece of wire. And we are going to make it 45 or 90 or whatever. 90. I don't know, whatever angle that is. I'm an idiot. First we want to change the color of this because that is too bright. Thank you. And I would prefer to use a cube here, but I'm not going to... you know what? I'm gonna. Alright, I know what I'll do here. Let's be smart about this, Kevin. Shall we? For once in your life, do something that uses your gray matter. But this won't center, will it? No, because it's going to be a half. It always does that, right? Yeah, it's a half block. And then I could push it. I don't want to push it, though. Okay, it's a very pain in my butt, so you know what? I'm not going to do this. Because I don't want to push that a half over. It's not like it's difficult, but I just don't feel like doing it. This is already here. I'm alright with that. Alrighty. Then we take you. And we find some sort of in between. Pop you there. Get rid of you, because we don't need you. You're just a guide. Then we'll get that one. And we'll bring you to here. Bink. Now we can get rid of you. But for right now, let's actually for realsies, let's be kind of smart. For realsies. And let's get rid of you now. We're going to get rid of you because we've recentered. Now we're going to do this. No, not where I wanted you at all. Thank you. And now you, which will fight me. Don't be tricky. Alright, you know what? Forget you. Come on. Come on. Should probably move that closer, huh? Alright, now, are you going to be a pain in my butt still? Yes, you are. Okay, but I want to keep that one straight wire. There you are. Thank you. Alright, now, you... Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Now we've got that. It looks pretty good. Am I pretty lined up? Yeah. That's not bad. That's good enough. Yep, that works. Okay. Later, Bortor. Hey, Manny. The man, the myth, the legend, Manny. How you doing tonight? Oh. Christy, I'll say yes even though I don't know what you're doing. That's okay, Christy. I don't know what I'm doing either, and it seems to be okay. We're all okay. Alright, now we're going to start with our front one. We're going to drop that in there. Then we're going to take some corridors. We're going to drop those there. Well, we're going to try to. There we go. Boom, boom, and a boom. And then we're going to delete that. We're going to face the other way because it seems to help. And we're going to drop another turntable on them. There we go. Now we see there's no door lining up on those corridors. That means we're in our next position. And then bang. Bang. One more time. One more time for good luck. Alright, now we have that. Now we're going to go over to our wood. We got wood. We're going to do that. We're going to do that. I'm going to add another one over here. And one more here. For fun, another one. And we like fun, so we'll add more. There we go. Bang! Done. It looks pretty consistent. I'd say so. Alright, let's remove our corridors. Let's do a check. Let's use a cube because it's, well, let's use a sphere. Bingo bango. That should do it, right? Technically, this should work. Let's do it again. Alright, now comes banana. And then I looked over to chat and Higgs is saying banana as well. Thank you, Manny. Appreciate it. These folks have already seen what I've done a bazillion times, and they're awesome for watching me do it a bazillion and one more time. And also, I will be posting it probably tomorrow morning, or possibly before bed, but more likely tomorrow morning. I will be posting pictures of what it should look like when it's done. Alright, now that we've got that, it's going to get dark here eventually, so we're going to need some light. And what I've been using right now is I've just been doing this. And this kind of gives me a consistent amount of light per thingy, per area. And since I'm having to rethink how to go about decorating again, I will go throw some parts around at some point. Believe it or not, this shouldn't take too long. But we're going to hold off building for a minute while the firestorm is going, because it still gets wacky even when you're building from here. Oh, no, actually, it's not too bad right now, is it? Alright. It's more of I just wanted an excuse because I needed to get up for a minute. But I will do that after I run the first set. Alright, here we go. Now, it sucks when you can't see certain things with the amount of different phasing, because it phases differently on each one of these things. I mean, it's relatively consistent, but you're gonna get, like, one will be super different for no particular reason. Oops, why did I do that? And then you'll get a bunch that all phase exactly the same. Like, why the part itself is different each time is kind of a mystery. And all I'm trying to do here is just get it as centered to that block as possible. I'm using this line and this line as kind of a guide for the center, left to right. And then up and down, I'm kind of using the bits of the pill light. You know, I kind of get relatively centered here with my cursor, rotate the pill light, then I'm just kind of looking for, you know, light coming through and just trying to get it as central as possible. And I'm in complete and utter moron. Let's do that again. Shall we? I was paying more attention to centering and talking, and I forgot to turn. And see, like this one here, you know, the whole thing phases. So, you know, it's never going to be perfect as much as you would like it to be, because it phases a little differently. Your height is actually slightly different, or in this case, it's going to end up being the depth or overlay or overlap is where it gets different. Because your reference points change. You know, you're not able to see the same things every time. So, you know, you're going by the seat of your pants, if you will. And also depending on where your camera's located and perspective, because you can't go up and down, you know, because if you could go up and down, you just go up and down instead of left, right, back, forth, and then you lose your angular perspective. You know, you're pulling back, and not to mention, here's the other thing. I slowed my camera down. I'm lightly tapping this camera, and the part is flying all over the place. You know, the camera is way too loose, if you will. The part just flies around. See, and again, here we are. This is phasing in further. So I'm having to just kind of eyeball, you know, the center. Real quick. I don't think we're going to get any because we're sitting in a room, but I noticed it was getting pretty quiet. Yeah, we're inside, and yeah, until a storm comes in, we'll stay outside. At least we get a little bit of ambient music. Alright, where was I? Looks like I was right here. Alright. Oh, blah, 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 blah. So we got a new register at work today. I had like this old school, and I was like, yeah, I love the old school one. You know, well, not old school, but older school. It's still digital. You know, it wasn't like, you know, walking into a Western film or anything. But now we got like a new POS system, so it's, I gotta say, it's actually more button pushing and less, it's more work than less work, which I find funny. You know, modern technology oftentimes is not a better solution. Funny Amps, hey, good to see you. Thanks for stopping in for a minute. Western film, what did I say? Did I say something? Alright, let's do this run. Let's make sure our rotation is proper. It's like just I'm lightly touching the controller and it's like throwing everything like bam, bam. Like, you know, I'm just breathing on it. You shouldn't be that crazy. Makes for fine adjustments. And this is a newish controller. I haven't abused this one yet. With hours and hours of glitching. Hello. Won't take long. Do 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 do. Wow, 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 wow. Sci-fi, sci-fi. Those great sci-fi noises in the background. I'm sure nobody missed me going sci-fi. She was trying to see where like the light and the edge of the thingamajiggy are. There we go. That looks pretty centered. Up and down wise, alright. This is the more pain in the butt part. The first ring. After that, it's not as bad. I mean, it's still placing a ton of lights, but and I would recommend lights over wire. One, you couldn't. I don't think this is possible with wire. And you shouldn't do it anyway with wire because my very original was done with the pill light, but just very differently. That was tear glitching, and yeah, that was a lot more difficult. And no build camera to boot. So as building something, I needed to build scaffolding to get above it, to drop stuff down. Like, I don't know who's, you know, how long some of you have been playing, but if you're a newer player and you're building now, be very thankful that we asked for a build camera. Because let me tell you, trying to build without one back then, most of your parts went to scaffolding in the beginning. You started off by building scaffold, just to get around your build if you were building up high. Oh, never mind, like doing a suborbital base. Whew. You want to talk about fun? I built this suborbital, like I built this thing, they called it the Flying Dog House. You know, K-Dog 777 back in the day. That's what, you know, I didn't have the channel. Well, I had the channel, but I didn't have a whole, like, action pants thing going yet. Where was I going with this long-ass story? Oh, yeah, the suborbital base. And, man, I had, like, all this crazy scaffolding to get underneath, and, like, I had made these engines, you know, doing engines back then, but with light fissures, and for some reason nobody had thought of that yet. And so I made these engines, I built my own frigates, and again, nobody had done that yet. But I had seen JC and ER and American Psycho and Kibbles make like these cool robots. You know, these cool mechs. That's kind of how I met those guys. And I believe through Captain Steve, another awesome content creator. Which I haven't jumped into one of his streams recently. I need to change that. Alright, now we have all that, right? Now I saved, yes. I just did that. Now we got to get our windows rolling. Alright, here we go. And now I can do this. Okay, you do not want to go side to side if you can help it. I mean, you can. And if you're ever working with Windows and you're doing anything pattern style like this, I highly recommend after every 2 or 3 to save. Because if you end up in a phase deletion situation, such as that right there, which is BS, it should not take another item when you delete an item, especially a wire to a light. Randomly, by the way, too. It doesn't always happen, as you know. Phase deletion is a freaking large pain in the butt. I remember that, and that was a beautiful build, by the way. The one I'm thinking of. Son of a bitch. See? Look. Because of a different type of phasing, it decided not to take it this time. And that's what I'm talking about. The randomness of that stuff is, you know, too much. Alright, 3. And save. That one's off. We may remake that one. We may not. But that's what I'm talking about, you know, the depth difference. We may just call it good, because I'm not gonna spend all that time trying to make it fractionally, marginally more perfect, you know. Dark Lord, what is going on? How are you doing this evening, my friend? I'm rebuilding something to make it work with the flora here, and I had it, but because of the flora occasionally rendering in a different height, I had to tear it down again and rebuild it. And it when it's where it should be, it looks really neat. And I will be posting a picture on Discord again, probably tomorrow morning when I eventually wake up. Alright, so we got our first ring. Thank goodness. We got a little firestorm happening. We'll head inside. Alright, so how accurate are we? We look pretty accurate. All in all. Everything looks consistent. Everything seems to line up in a nice V. This is the one that I knew was a little bit off. But all the others look nice and clean. All the borders line up well. And this is the more important one right here. You got to start with the first ring as precise as you can make it. Yeah, this is nice. This is actually one of the best ones I've done. yep, we have that one that's slightly, you know, you get a little bit of discrepancy here. You can see it in the back a little bit easier, you know, with the negative space here, how it's a little closed up there. It's a little bit different here. These all actually are all, the rest of these all look pretty good. You know, a little variant, not enough to get stupid over. It's not going to throw it off that much, you know what I mean? We've got a good consistency. And because this is a non-snap style build, and how is my sensei doing? Alright, so we've got that. I'm going to save again just because it never hurts. And the thing is I uploaded this base once. I'm going to have to upload it again. Alright, so we've saved. We've still got a bunch of holding patterns. Now we're just going to do a test to see where our center point should lie. So when this comes back, yeah, we're good. Okay. And watch it come back. It's going to be the taller version the first time. I'm going to be laughing my ass off. Alright. And then secretly crying. Okay, so we don't need this right now anymore. We're going to keep one handy. And we're going to move our little shelter up here. I think that'll help with the camera a little bit. Since we are raised, it should make our camera bubble a little easier to navigate, hopefully. I was talking about the old tier glitching days, and Dark Lord shows up, my sensei, telling him how if you're new to the building, be thankful you got a build camera and you're not building half your building scaffolding. Alright, there we go. Alright, folks, give me just a moment, please. Before I start to get my build back on, I just gotta get a little bit of my iced tea. I want to get a couple of puffs off a smoky treat, which tomorrow will be day one of none. I've been cutting down. I'm down to about 5 a day. Probably closer to 4 at this point. And how I've been doing it is I'll get the craving, I'll wait a little while, try to let the first one pass, and I'll get a second one, and if I feel like I'm getting a little grumpy, I'll smoke a couple of drags, and I'll put it out. So I don't smoke the whole thing right away. And granted, I smoke American Spirits, which is a 5-minute cigarette as it is. But tomorrow I'm going to attempt, because I'm out, this is my last live cigarette right here, and I'm hoping tomorrow I'm going to get through the entire day. I'd have 2 days off where I'm not going to be around people. I don't think I'll be live streaming anytime soon, so I won't be grumpy on live. It's amazing how this chemical changes you. It really is. and rewires your brain in such a bizarre way. Okay, now we don't need our arches anymore, so we can get rid of these. They're going to get in our way for the next step. So, blah, 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 blah. Get rid of these. Take your time. No rush. Nice and easy. Last thing you want to do is go deleting something. And until the next stage is done, I don't resave. I keep this as until I get to the next set of lights, and then the next, just in case I do an accidental delete. Probably be a good idea for me to back up with an autosave as well. So let's do that. A little late now, so I'd have to reload. Okay, let's get rid of this smoke. All right. Let's keep those hands busy. I can't play guitar at this hour, so I got to do something with my hands, and I guess the controller's going to have to do, right? Oh, okay. Vanilla, did you just pop in? Well, good morning to you. Good evening for me. Well, no, it's technically morning. It is 12:22 a.m. where I live. So it is, technically a.m. for me. But it's a continuation of my day, so it's still night to me. All right, now, next step. Now, if you're building one of these, or something like this, okay, this technique is useful to create all kinds of different effects for your build, right? I mean, you don't have to make the seed or the egg, I'm calling it now. I guess we'll call it the void egg. The mechanical void egg. The sci-fi void egg. I don't know, something. The mechanical void egg. Or we'll come up with a void egg thing to go with the theme of the game. The lore of the game, rather, excuse me. But even if you're reproducing this just because you would like to reproduce it and practice this type of technique, but I suggest using it in other ways, and I can demonstrate how to use this effectively in a build that is a structure. Okay, we'll get into that later. So I've been using these as my reference points. Okay, these little dashes here on the window, and the one I've been using right now is, oh wait, am I inside? Okay, good. And just these positions will change, the shape a little bit, and actually quite drastically sometimes. Going from here to here, you're obviously going to bring your snap point, because we're setting our own snap points here. That's what organic glitch building is about. And that's what we're doing here. We're not using snap point to snap point style stuff. We're creating our own snap points, right? Because we want to put these pieces in places they don't really normally want to go. And then for my reference, I'm using this little V-cut. Okay, if you look at the top of the, or what I'm calling the top of, because it's where the nub is, all right, where the electrical connector is. If you look, and you'll see what I mean in a minute, how this kind of notch fits right there. See how that size and everything kind of fits that dash almost perfectly, almost like, hey, you need to be here. Okay, so I line it up to right about there, bink, and then I just run the entirety. And oh yeah, first off, you want to level it. You want to level the light. You want to rotate it so that you're nice and even to that window, okay, or whatever one you're using at the time. So if you should drop out, make sure to re-level. We're going to come up to right about there. See how I'm just kind of lining that little notch up, boom, kind of right till that little black shadow disappears, roughly. Bink. And, as I say, lather, rinse, and repeat. Always repeat. Bink. And hopefully by... I want to find a day that I'm not working so I can stream during the day when people might actually be awake. And I know my stream times are odd, but like all the, you know, all the good people have the good times, obviously. You know, like Beeble and Sword and Zane. They have the good days and times. Unfortunately, my days off fall on most of their streams, which is good for me because I get to watch them. But generally lurking and building, or lurking and playing guitar, or just lurking. Although these days I've been trying to say hi a little bit more. But I was always lurking. Don't think I just disappeared. I was still giving people thumbs up, and I got to redo my Twitter. My Twitter is lost, my old Twitter, so I'm going to redo a new Twitter, which instead of my Mutator22K Twitter, I'm going to try and see if I can't get Action Pants Gaming as a Twitter handle. Alright, so we got that run. Now we're going to go to the other side, obviously. And we're just going to make sure that we're still... Yeah, see, now that I've moved to this window, now we got to re-level. Alright, so we're going to re-level that. Make sure we're nice and parallel. Whereas parallels, the game will let you with the notchiness of the camera and movement. Sometimes it helps too to just drop back out and bring up a new one. Get your rotation on. There we go. Okay, and then also remember, oh wait a minute, was I at the bottom or the top of that mark? Now here you're going to see a little problem that will happen every once in a while. That little dip over, did you see that? You're going to notice that every once in a while. The windows, like the arches, are going to phase differently sometimes. And that will force you to rethink your mark, or your reference points. Which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it can be if you're trying to achieve something you've done in the past and want to have that same look. But the variant sometimes, you know, like if you're, say you're here and you're having an issue and you're using the top portion of the mark instead, just, you know, slide down and use the bottom portion instead. Or, you know, play around and try a whole other mark and see what you get. Man, stuff Ash has been doing lately is phenomenal, by the way. If you're not subscribed to Ash Facta, you know, even if you're not into, you know, Blender and PC modding, you know, you should at least check his stuff out, because what he builds, and it will give you some ideas of smaller versions and not quite as cool with glitching and standard building, but you know, the base ideas he's doing will give you some really great reference. Ash Facta, if somebody can drop his link in the, if I have a mod in chat, please, can we find Ash's YouTube and link that, please? He's freaking amazing. And he's a really, really talented musician too, by the way. Oh, Mary going to bed. Mary, good night, sweetie. Thank you for stopping in. And thank you for that like and everything, Vanilla. I appreciate that. Bruce, did I miss you somewhere? Or have you just been hiding in the background there a little bit? You've been lurking in the background, okay. Which is quite alright. Granted, I've been occupied with laying 100 lights, but And I, unfortunately, only have my iPad to check. I don't have, like, multiple computer screens and stuff yet. Someday, I'm hoping. If the financial gods someday shine upon me, I'll show my ugly mug because it'll look appropriate. And the PlayStation camera isn't very flattering for my ugly mug. It makes me not want to look at myself in the corner. Which only makes me think that everybody else thinks the same thing, so I don't put the camera on. You know, I'd like to have it, you know, in this wonderful chair that was provided to me by the amazing No Man's Sky community during my 24-hour live stream last year. And I appreciate that more than you will ever know. Alright, we just saved, we got all the lights in. Yeah, everything looked there. Yeah, everything looks pretty decent. I mean, we could do a check on level. See if you're like really offset on something. You could, like that. Like we may want to bring this light down a little bit right here. So let's do that. It's actually probably not a bad idea that I do a little check here. Take a look at that. If not, we may need to bring that one up. Actually, here's the way to... That looks pretty level. That one's way too high. Those are all a little high. The whole... No, that one's a little high. No, that's pretty decent. Oh, that one's alright. That one's alright. That one's alright. That one's high. Okay, let's get that down a little bit. We may need to compensate for a slight variant in the other one. You know, it's why that one, even though the mark is the same. Yeah, okay, this one might be a little too low. Let's take a look at that. Alright, let's redo this one here. Normally I wouldn't care, I would just probably do it, but I want to make this one a little bit nicer if I can. Alright, see how that looks. By eye, it already looks better, even though the right one is probably a little bit higher. It is. Sorry, I got into that builder's hush there for a second. Apologize. Alright, let's just bring that. We may just leave it too. It might just be... It might work where it is, so we're going to just leave it. If it's really offset, I'll change it again, but... It really does look offset, doesn't it? It really does. Okay, what's going on here? We're using the same marks, right? We are using the same marks, but there's something different going on here. That one is... Why does it seem to not be... Alright, I see what we got going on here. Alright. I'll take you down just a little bit more than I think I should. Still looks high, but it's better. What the heck? That's weird. It's like I moved it down, you saw it, but it seemed like it didn't actually do anything. Alright, that one's high. That one's good. Alright, we need to go from... Yeah, that one there. So let's bring this down. What a pain. Alright. You're a pain in my rear end. Alright, so you know what? Let's just bring you down to there and see what happens. How much of a difference is that? It's looking better, but again, it's really, wow. That's bizarre. Okay. Let's do this then. Let's take it down to here. It shouldn't be like that. This should be even, but it's obvious that it's not. That reference point should be exactly the same. But it's not. And these two panels that are in there are pretty dead nuts on, but alright, that looks better. Alright. See, that one's a little higher over there. And that one's higher. You know what? We're going to use and leave the reference point. I'm not going to alter it. Even though it looks off, we're going to keep it. Because this game, if anything, it's never consistent. So I am going to keep that marking. Hyperion, hello. You out of here, Manny? Alrighty, bro. Alright, you know why? Because I don't want to waste any more time. If I weren't streaming, I would spend like 20 minutes just making sure all of that was freaking perfect, but I'm not going to bother. I've already built this thing 3 times in the same spot, so I'm done dealing, quite honestly. The game has been way too inconsistent, and I'm quite honestly, you know, I don't want to not have fun. I'd rather just do it and deal with the consequences. Because even though it's, you know, and actually let's take a look at that. That's what these here. Let's, you son of a pizza crust. And you're going to take the light anyway. You're going to make me do it all over again anyway. Yeah, bastard. I love this game. I hate this game. I love this game. I hate this game. I love this game. I hate this game. All right. Yeah, it is high. You can see it right here. I could visually compensate for it. Alright, son of a gun, I'm gonna. Oh, no, I'm not. Reload, Manny. Save me, bro. Save me. Later, Christy. Thanks for stopping in, sweetie. And thank you all for stopping in. I appreciate it. Dig the company. And thank you for putting up with yet another one of these frickin' things. I just figured, I hadn't built in a while. I'll build something I'm familiar with, get my, and then I came up with the idea for this thing and this, the build itself in terms of actually having a use and making these into something other than just a, a neat thing to look at. You know what I mean? A theme for it. Oh, this one's gonna hurt. I can feel it. Alright, let's try this again. And is it just me? Wait a minute. Alright, there it is. Alright. I was gonna say something ain't right in the land of Flurgendurgen. But it turned out it was just me. I was on the wrong one. Alright, you. Alright, so you're too high here. So we're going to bring you down. I think I brought it like down 3 notches. We'll bring it down a 4th though. Just to be a little bit better. Still too high. Alright. Let's see here. These looked good over here. And if I go from here to here. You know what? It's more important that it's level for the one that it's on. Yep, this can be touchy, to say the least. That much of a difference? Yeah, it kinda is. You can see it here. Okay. Do I care that it's that much of a difference anymore? Wow, that's... Something ain't right there. Alright, I'm gonna move this one up just a hair. Just, I don't want to have one... No. Yeah, you know what? Let's take a look at it. Worst case scenario, we'll reload. Yeah, that's like extreme. Well, you know what? Hold on. Yeah, no, that's got to change. I can't let that happen. Alright. Otherwise I'm going to have to compensate again. What's this one look like? That one's good. That one's decent. Looks like it's just that one. Alright, now, where is lining up side to side? Well, they're all a little... Well, that's pretty even. That one is not. That's pretty damn even. This side's up a little bit higher. I got one more run after this. So it's not going to fly off too much, but... Alright, what are you lined up with, what these... So the one that's high is actually the more accurate one. I got one that's a little lower than the other, it looks like. Which would be... Which one? Which would be... Okay, so the lower side is actually wrong. I think. Yeah, the lower side is wrong. Correct? Yeah, the lower side's wrong. Okay. Reload. Sorry, folks. We need to fix that one. Manny, calling on you again, bro. Thank you, bro. Manuel saves the day yet again. The spinning wheel of progress. Excuse me. Pardon me. Yeah, buddy. We sure do love Manuel. Yeah, I was thinking the other day of like the amount of phrases that I've coined for this game, and just goes to show you how much I love this game. So all the other ones seem pretty good, and you can actually see it visually. Why that one is that drastically off is beyond me, but apparently the low one needs to go a little bit higher, so we will rectify that one there. And again, part of it is, you know, that one might be a little off initially, but it doesn't look like it's that far off. You know, if we look at the other ones, they all... Everything seems to line up pretty well. Alright, so where is that one? Where is that pain in the butt one? Let's get to our lights. And again, guys, thank you for hanging out. Thanks for being the awesome community that you are. There you are. Okay, so the low one needs to go higher. So we've been messing with the wrong one the entire time. Which is what I was thinking, because that's why I built the ones next to it, so I could see. Alright, so for some reason you're too low. So we need to raise your body to the right height. Get you where you need to be. What we're going to do for you is we will go here instead and see if that helps. And it looks like it does. That looks much better. Still a little bit low. We could probably even... Damn it! Alright, we're going to still leave that one where it is. We're going to bring this one up a little bit higher, I guess. Yeah, see, trying to see where the mistake is, and if I look here, this looks a little lower than this one here, where this looks nice and even here from here to here. Alright, so that's why I'm compensating over here. Okay. That makes sense. Yeah, you can see it. You can see this is a little bit lower. If I just slide the controller over, boom, see how we're cutting that tip off right there. And if I do the same thing over here, we should end up in roughly the same spot. If I can keep it flat. Yeah, see, we're good. Alright, bring this one up again, just a little bit more. Do, yeah, Buddy Row. You know how I can tell awesome viewers in a build stream? Because you're in a build stream. And you're in my build stream, so I know you're crazy. I should start notch counting here, but I'm just gonna go crazy and see. I can usually tell visually. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Whoa. Maybe not. What the hell? Alright, you're gonna go up a little bit more. Where are you? One, two, three, four, five. All right. Let's go 8. So here let's go right about there. All right, 80th time's a charm. 80th time's a charm. Alright, let's get back to work and let's save that. Because I don't want to do that again. Alright, there we go. And let's get back to work. Yeah, this will be quick. Sure. 10:30, 11:30, 12:30. Well, I mean, fair enough. There was a good 45 minutes or an hour of R&D area. This is all, you know, when you want, when you're building like this, this is what happens. You know, you gotta suffer. You gotta suffer through the pain to get something absolutely useless. That looks kind of neat, but it's good practice. And while I'm doing this, it makes me think of other things. It's cathartic. Like, I've already got a new idea for my next build just by messing around with this. And something else I did in R&D. And when this is done and filmed properly, it'll make a neat story, hopefully. Kind of neat, you know. I should probably save. Banana, banana. And I should probably change my materials here. I forgot something happened. I reloaded. That's right. I forgot I reloaded. Being very cautious. All right. Whew. Yeah, see, that ambient music's so helpful when I get into that quiet mode of like, all right, I gotta make this, because if it freaking doesn't, then I gotta freaking start all over and reload. And son of a bitch. Oh, and it's gonna be that bastard, isn't it? Yep, you son of a bitch. Alright. I could reload, but we're gonna make an attempt. Let's see if rebuilding it real quick will work. Again, light and shadow, man, and angle of all the crap is gonna change how everything lands, you know? Your reference points change, all of a sudden, you know, the sky gets all weird and wacky and gets wavy, you know, because you got some sort of crazy weather going on. You know, all of a sudden your reference points go to shit. Pardon my language, but they do, you know. And then everything you thought was, you know, accurate is not. But hey, that's probably a good thing I didn't make that clip. Yeah, let's just put another pill light in that pill light for no particular reason. Yeah. Yeah, this is why I shouldn't stream 15 minutes after I get home from work. My brain is not entirely intact. Thank you. It was about time on that one. I should probably save. And yet, I will save one more time in a second, hopefully. And of course, that plant hasn't grown back. I've seen it grown back once and then it disappeared again. Like, make up your mind. Either stay or go. I prefer you stayed, because that's why I built you where I built you. Done. Alright, so we're going to have one offset over here when we're on the bottom. Okay. Keep that in mind. We'll find it afterwards, but we'll go start with all the same reference points and then go from there. And hopefully this time should go quicker, because we know what we got to do. The left side on whatever that one is after we lay it is the bad one. I could color code it, but it's too late now. I have forgotten which one it is. Alright, so we're going to do that. And obviously, if you can, try to just make the run so you don't change the angle too much. You know, like when you go to straighten it out, like at least that is consistent. I mean, every once in a while you kind of have to, but There's that phase bit that gets a little weird as you start getting a little bit lower too. That flop over there. And also that depends on how the windows are faced together, is actually a factor in that as well. You know, you got your collision bubble stuff going on, so. Sci-fi. We only have to do this 50, 60 more times.
Incoming storm.
Is there really a storm coming? Thank you, Siri. Oh man, Moose. That's the thing on this, man, the game that kills me. Like what I was explaining earlier in stream, like I had already rebuilt this a couple times. You know, and the whole terrain thing, and then that whole like reverting back to the save after I fixed it. And I was like, you gotta be kidding me, man. I was like, are you really gonna do this to me now? Like, and I almost was like, screw it, I'm done. I'm not gonna build for a bit. And then I was like, alright, you know what? Pull up your panties and get back to work. I know it's repetition, but sometimes it can be cathartic, and it, you know, other times it's just downright frustrating. Alright. But, you know, that's the thing. I mean, if you're gonna... People don't like honesty, you know, and... You know, I love this game quite a bit, but there's some stuff that I just don't get why they... You know, why they do it. Why? You know, it doesn't make sense to me at all. You know, NMS, nothing makes sense. I mean, again, it is part of why I love this game. The fact that nothing makes sense, because that's kind of me in my life in general. But at the same time, it's like, guys, you gave us all this great stuff, and then you take stuff away, and then we kind of get it back in another way, but not really. And then we get all this other great stuff. It's like, that's that whole love-hate relationship. And the game just acts so weird. It's such a weird acting game. You know, multiplayer and everything, like all of it. But yet, you know, you can't help but love it. It's odd. You're like, it's frustrating as hell a lot of times. You're like, man, I blue screened like 6 times. I'm done today. You know? Or, I just rebuilt this. Like, just finished. And I was like, I'm like, alright, cool. Let me go check some other planets around. I'll, like, come back in, see, you know, see if the plant comes back. And it did. In the wrong spot. I was like, you son of a bitch. I'm like, alright, so this is the one that comes in all the time. Alright, I gotta keep an eye on that. So, hopefully, and hopefully if the taller one shows up, it'll still work. That's my hope. Come on. Yeah, see, there was a little tilt there. I don't know if you saw that, but there was a little bit of a tilt on that light right when it got to that part. Like, see, right now as we get down further, see how this happens? Like, all of a sudden it dips. Alright, there's no real reason for it. Nothing's really changed, but what do you know? So, You gotta fight with it a little bit. Good idea every once in a while, just double check, make sure you're, you know, yeah, that word. And Higgs, what do you mean you got to rebuild yours? What happened? Did you have a blue screen moment? I scream, you scream, blue screen. I scream, you scream, blue screen. Alright. Later, Devante. Thanks for hanging out and keeping us company. Did I just save? I just saved. Okay, we're good. Right, now we find our discrepancies. We try to anyway. It's decent. That's decent. Man, we might not even have one. We may have, for compensating up there, we may now have compensated. That's a little off. But we're at the bottom. That's good. That's good. Yeah, I think we're going to be fine. Yeah, let's just run this. I think we're going to be fine. That one's a little low. Alright, let's move that one. That one's a little low. Let's fix it. Oh, that sound. Every time. Freaking still makes my heart jump a little bit. Like, oh shit. Did it get the part it was supposed to? Did it take more than it was supposed to? I shouldn't have to feel like that when I'm trying to relax and build. I said that was a little low, right? We're going to try putting it there just to see if it was a shadow effect that originally made me put it low or high or whatever. That looks better. Nope, still low. Oh no, that's fine. Eh. Good enough. I'm not going to fight with that one for 10 minutes again. That's good. That's good. I want to say the crappy one was near the cube. It's a little low, but I'll take it. And yeah, that's good. Alright, we're good. Good enough. Alright, how do we want to do this? I don't want to be running wires up that way. Let's come from the bottom. Up and down on the brew camera would be really freaking helpful, please. I love you guys at Hello Games. I really truly do. But sometimes I get frustrated with the things you do. Too many rhymes. Oh, this is gonna hurt. I didn't save either, did I? Forkenheimer. Oh, this is gonna hurt. Oh, this is gonna... Yeah, that hurts. We need to reload. Son of a bitch. And I didn't save after something, didn't I? Fork. Oh, we'll find out in a minute. Manuel, show me what I screwed up. I think I forgot to save after that second set of lights. Scheiße. Verscheiße. Verscheiße. Where is my? There it is. All right, that frustrated me enough to have to go take a couple of puffs on my smoky treat. After I see where we are. If we're in a good spot and I was smart, which I don't think I was. I think I was an idiot. I was an idiot. Shit. Son of... Oh no! Yay, I wasn't an idiot. Woohoo! Alright, let's get to work. Although we did move something. There was one that was really off, and I think it was this one here. And it was around here somewhere. No, that looks okay. That was alright. Am I going to just say forget it and I don't care? I might. That's okay, that's okay. Yay for not being dumb and bananing when I should have. That one's low, okay. You are too low. We need to bring you up just a little bit, please. Dip, yep, yeah, you're a dip. That's the dip one. Okay, yep, that's why we're... we'll try you right there. We'll see how that works. Okay, let's get that. Good. A little low, but I'll take it. I'm not going to move it again for that much of a difference. Good. Good. Okay, we're going. Oh, we're saving first. Hee hee hee. Banana. Okay. Let's go to work, shall we? We shall now. Okay, they all do that. Okay. Save. Yes. Say it out loud. Say it proud. Save. Banana. There we go. That's how it should be. Say it loud. Say it proud. Banana. Could be like, you're nuts. What the hell is that to do with anything? Oh, you don't play No Man's Sky. I get it. It's alright. You gotta be an NMS player to know. Shite. And that's exactly why you do what you do. Did we lose the light? Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You have no idea. How many do I have left? 1, 2, 3. Alright, we'll tempt fate. We'll tempt fate. Oof. Okay, save. Banana. Banana. Bananas for breakfast. Funny thing is I hate bananas. I can't stand bananas, which actually is kind of funny because it works with this, I suppose. Because you hate to have the fact that you have to save because you know at any moment something funky could happen and you could lose hours worth of work. So I do see the irony in it. Okay. Last run on the bottom. And then we're done on the bottom. Then we got to do the top. Top's a little quicker because your camera angle is a little bit better. Okay. Alright, where are we going to go here? Let's go bottom side. Actually, we saved, right? We just saved. We should probably just save again. But what I'm going to do is I want to test. No, that's never going to work up there. No, it's not. It's going to get all weird. Alright, never mind. I know it's going to get all funky because we're low. And then it gets a little bit crazy, tight corners. I'm just wondering if I should do the lower one for this one. Yeah, let's do the lower one. Let's see what it looks like. We'll do one low, one high, and we'll see which one we like better. And see if there's even any real difference. And we will call upon Manuel once we take a look. Alright, what do we got here? Oh, come on. Well, we may not have a choice. We may have to go up to the higher one anyway, just because of flop, the little flop over there, that little dip that it does. It's also the other reason you save all the time. I mean, aside from the fact that these windows are just touchy to any sort of phase deletion. Wire, breathe on it wrong. What did I say? One high, one low. This is what, the high one or the low one? This is the high one. Alright. I'm the high one. Alright, let's see which one looks better, and if there's any real noticeable difference. I think there will be a bit of difference, obviously, but I think it will be almost like, maybe not. Might have no effect at all. And why am I doing that again? I'm not thinking. I'm tired. Been a long day. A long week for that matter. Alright, we got diamond D shape. I know we're going to get the same thing, but I just want to see if it's like a little bit more narrow noticeably. Yeah, it is. Okay. Alright. I want the upper one. I mean, obviously it's the same shape, but this is a little bit smaller, which is what I was shooting for. Maybe not. Maybe I do want to go with the lower one. A player started a party with me. Well, who's that player? Let's take a look. The bouncy blue screen, yeah, here it comes, to get in our way and to ruin our fun. Those little bouncy squares with their smiles on, bouncing away to the blue screen song. It's the bouncy blue screen, yeah. I don't know if you guys see the bouncy blue screen, but I see it on my iPad. And that's where the song came from. Alright, we are going to go with the... I think we're gonna go with the more narrow. No, we're gonna go with the lower one because it's too much of a drastic drop off from that to that. I don't know. I know you're like, dude, it's hardly noticeable. I'm just trying to think, do I want to go, from a drastic open shape? Oh, Joby's joining. Alright, we're going to get Joby in chat. Joby just joined. So, pardon the blue screen for a quick second. Hello. You have joined me during a live stream.
Oh, did I?
Yes.
Are you live right now?
I am.
Hi, everyone.
That's Jaboy, everybody. Welcome, Jaboy. I got to reload anyway, so this is a good time for somebody to drop in and say hello. And yes, I got to reload, so you're going to have to rejoin.
Okay. Oh, void egg. I guess I'm already in the correct system.
Yeah, you know how it is.
Was it that one you built on the void plant?
Yeah, and every time it reloads, every time the plant shows up, the bead is too low. And then one time it showed up where it was supposed to be, and that's where I got the photos of it. So I remeasured to the one that seems to show up more regularly, Is that regular? That's a hard word to say when you're tired.
I'm not even going to try it right now.
Regularly is a hard word to say in general.
We should add more L's to it.
Regularly. It's like rolling your R's in Latin languages. Excuse me. All right, so last set of lights to place on the lower portion, and we're done with the lower portion. Then the upper portion, I think, hopefully will go a little quicker. Man, see, that's the thing. It's like, if it were more consistent with its build mechanic. Oh, we're in. Look it. Oh, beautiful, 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 beautiful. Oh, look at that. Thank you, thank you. Oh, it's a little offset there, but that's okay. Oh, no, it actually looks like it's going into it. Yeah. Ooh, this is almost even better than the other one. All right, let's get into camera mode. Hold on. Woo, buddy. This, at least we know that we're in the right spot. How centered are we? Are we pretty centered? Oh yeah, we're pretty decent. Good enough for what we're doing here. Oh yeah, we're fine with that. I'm not going to nitpick over centimeters. Yeah. So when this is finished, this is going to look killer. And I think we can probably... Ooh, no, we might have an issue. We might have to delete the plant. Son of a bitch. Okay, so this is the higher version. Okay, all right, we are in higher version, and I can tell right away we are, because look. So the nice thing now that we have it lower and built lower is even when it drops, it'll stay inside. Oh, this is going to look good. All right, I'm happy. I'm happy. I'm happy. I'm happy. So even when the plant drops in its render, we're good. Oh, see? A little bit of patience. Although we're going to have to kill the plant again because, yeah, I'm not going to be able to get in there to finish this build.
So the plants are growing back no problem whenever they come.
No. As a matter of fact, let's take a look over to... Oh, that one's here. No, it's not. No, it didn't come back yet. It's still not back. We'll take a walk over there in a second. I'm just, I'm a happy camper at the moment anyway. It's a little lower than I was hoping, but it should still look great. Little off on our center calculation, but not bad. Oh, again, this is high boy, that's right. Never mind. So when I bring this up, that's going to be really high though in the upper portion. It might stick out the top. Forkenheimer. Thankfully, this is the version that shows up less. Alright, so we're going to have to build the top. Let's see if I can do that with that in there. I don't think I'm going to be able to, but I'll give it a shot. I mean, the other thing is that I could do the bottom portion, leave the top open like it's... Yeah, but that throws the theme off. Alright, sorry guys, I gotta think for a minute. I gotta think in terms of the game. You know, okay, how is the game gonna react, and how should I build this? I mean, I'm gonna just finish it, but should I try to figure out how to widen the top a little bit? By bringing the lights a little more forward. Or changing the angle a little bit. Alright, let me think here. think. It's not going to be... All right, so what do we have? What do we have for space? What do we have? All right, so that's high render.
What's cool about this build is if someone didn't know about...
Or is it? Yeah, it's got to be high render. Yeah, because the tentacles are up and in it. And if it were lower, that would be lower. The tentacles would just be on the bottom. What was that, Joby? I'm sorry.
No, it's cool. You were on a stream of thought. I say what's cool about this build, if somebody just ran across this base and had no idea that they would think this is just a part of the planet.
Well, if they just started the game for the first time, yeah. Although they'd walk around and be like, there's no more of them anywhere.
Or they'd be like, where's the base?
Yeah. Well, I was thinking about actually just inhabiting this whole planet with them. Like when I get bored and I can't think of something to build and I just want to build for the sake of building and just to keep the hands warm or moving, because I'm in the process of quitting smoking, so anything I can do to keep my hands busy.
Oh, nice. You're quitting smoking? That's right.
Oh, yeah. It's been long overdue, and I'm taking it as serious as I can. All right, we're going to go... Shit, we got to experiment now. All right, so this is going to take a little bit longer than initially thought because the plant's here, and it's in its higher render. So when it drops, it'll be the way it really should be, but we need to think about it both ways, depending on how how it renders when someone shows up, because it may look low for Joby, or for Jabba here, so.
When I came in, it looked like it looked like perfectly placed, but I don't know what you saw originally. So.
All right, well, those pictures I sent you. Look at those pictures.
Okay, let me pull those up.
All right, we're gonna go and stay with the same. No, we're gonna go up to the. No, because that pulls it in. If we go higher, right? The second one was the higher one, and that pulled it in. Yeah, because it takes that. It takes that wider edge and pulls that wider edge in the farther out I go, which narrows. So the farther out I go, the more narrow, right? Or is it? Yeah. Or is it the farther in I go, it's more narrow? I always forget that. You know what? Let's just stay where we are. We know that. All right, hold on. Bitterback, hey, what's going on? Barb, Blaze, hey, welcome. Oh, it's going to be like when it's encased, man. The whole. And then I'll have, like I said, I'll have one where it's in, taking one in. This one, it's, it hasn't drawn itself into it yet, or this one's fully drawn in. The other one, it's drawing it in. So this is drawn in and taking the pearl. All right, sorry. I apologize. I'm trying to work around this, which is going to be really... See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, that's killer, right? How it floats up on it? Yeah. Yeah.
You see, because here's a visitor on the
planet.
Do you see the video? The video is a totally different view than what I'm seeing.
Do you see the face in it when the pearl's in there lighting that section? That's why I was actually, there's kind of a scully face. Like if you look at where the light from the pearl is, it looks like the eyes. You come down, got the jaw.
Yeah, I don't have we're in a different iteration. So...
No, I mean in the picture I sent you. I'm sorry. If you look at the picture, in comparison, is very different, right? All right. I need to see where this lays.
Oh,
so
I see what you're talking about. Yeah.
So we're gonna just
get the nighttime shot.
Right. We're just gonna lay in a window. We need to see what's going on here. We've had a slight development change, and if we reload again, it may not even be there. So we'll take advantage of why we have it in this position. Yeah, see, it's going to sneak out the top. That's exactly what I thought. That's too much. See, so, and this is the crappy thing. part of me wants to tear it down and find the happy medium. The other part of me is like, no, just move along. All right. This I don't like, but I'm going to try another positioning. Because that's the last run. See, the top row is only one run. Unless I change position. So let's see what happens here. Did you just send me a message, Joe?
Yeah, yeah. I'm just showing you how the game is, how different it looks to me than what's showing up on the video.
Oh, okay, cool. So you're probably seeing the render that we normally see, I'm guessing. Hold on.
I'm seeing two eggs merged together.
Oh, really?
It's pretty cool looking. I was thinking, how the hell did he do this? And now I'm realizing you didn't. I'm seeing two saves.
Yeah. All right. Interesting. All right. Now, who did I miss? I missed some stuff here. Barb, welcome, Barb. I didn't say welcome, but thank you for stopping in tonight. GT, hey, what's going on, man? Did I miss you? Were you here already? I think I may have missed you. You just stepped in sometime. Either way, thank you for being here. All right. Let's go top side. Let's just see how wide this gets, and if I can even without. Nope, can't. Okay. So let's go to this one and see what we get. I think we're gonna have to go that one. But see, we know that this is the higher render because we measured, you know. So that's the interesting thing. So we have that dual render. Alright, where was I? Shoot. What was I doing? What did I do? What did I do? Bottom of that. Okay. Where's my... There you are. Alright, let's see what you do. We're going to reload anyway, so... We're going to have to. We've got no choice, Captain. Why am I doing that? We're going to reload. It doesn't matter. Oh! Pay attention, moron. I'm like, that doesn't look right. Yeah, there's a reason that doesn't look right there, moron. Come on, don't you dare. Don't you dare. Why, you pain in my backside. Oh, you son of a... Okay, so see, unfortunately now we're going to have to figure out a whole new reference. I can't go out this far. That's too far. And that dips there, so we're kind of screwed. Alright. Shite. It could be because of the plant on our way, but it might not be. Let's do that. We'll try that anyway. We'll see what we get. Forkenheimer. Did I go the wrong way? No, okay. Oh, you're gonna dip, you son of a gun. Alright, so we're limited. And it could be because the plant's in our way, but it might be just the way, you know, the amount of space that's there and how things are phased in, and it's just going to dip. I got no choice. It could be because we've got a bit of, yeah, we got that fold over there. Shoot. That's why. Yep, that's exactly why. Yeah, see, we got a little bit of fold over here. See how we got that little bit of phase through here? But we have that on a few of them, so, and it's, yeah, all right. Yeah, it's all kind of like that. All right. All right, so we kind of have no choice. We have to stick with our original markings. So as a, now the only other thing I could think of is, well, I could just build it the way it is. I was just hoping that, you know, I would have a dual, you know, be able to have it look good both ways. Now, again, the render that usually shows up is the one that we all saw. That I know for a fact. I've been here enough times at this point, and I've rebuilt it enough times. Alright, we just need to carry on with it and then have it be, I gotta reload, and have it be the render that normally happens. That's just what we're gonna have to deal with. Oh shoot, I'm way past my time too. We're in the 3-hour mark here. We're past the 3-hour mark. We will carry off to an even number, which gives us about 15 minutes. So, but I did not want to carry on 5 and 8 hour build streams anymore. Nobody watches them anyway, so they're very select few. Yeah, and even 24, that was enough for me on that. Oh wow, yeah, you're seeing a wacky double render. That's insane. That's cool though.
Yeah, I was kind of like going, how the hell did he do that?
I may have to try to do it just to do it. Alright, now we reloaded. 10 to 1 says we don't have a plant. Look at that. Okay, so that means the next time the plant grows, it should be in the space that it's supposed to be in. Okay, that's my guess. Alright. So at least I got to see what it would look like in the other render, in the higher render. So now we just carry on with our normal build, which at this point even I'm like getting, all right, I'm tired. I'm glad it's that time, because but it was nice to see that render come through. Downside is, like, well, the funny thing is, I wouldn't say downside, the funny thing is, had that shown up when we first got here, you know, we could have seen what it would have looked like, and then we could have just moved on, you know, a little bit. But at the same time, you know, we saw how it looked when we came in, and that's usually the way it is. But hey, such is No Man's Sky, right? The game that truly never seems to make sense, no matter what you do. That's have to love. Do 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 do. Wonder if the other plant grew back now that that one's gone. Nope, that plant still hasn't shown up again, which is kind of a bummer. It looks neat when you're looking down the center. That's why I built that one. And just to play around. And again, I will post that photo on Discord of what this should look like when we're all done.
I haven't posted on Discord in forever.
Neither have I, really. I've posted any building anything. And I almost don't want to post it just because it's been seen, but it just looks so appropriate in this environment. As I said earlier, it's almost like this build finally has the environment, you know? Like it was waiting for this environment to be finally built in. Like the other places, it was still neat to look at it, but it would just didn't have context, you know? This seems to just have context. I mean, I could just be talking out my rear end, but... What's the latest craving? Jawai.
What do you mean?
Your wife's latest craving.
Oh, God, steak. She's like talking about steak all the time right now.
Still, okay, that was yesterday, or the other day as well.
Yeah, steak. Yeah, she wanted sushi last night, so we like she ate like an unprecedented amount of sushi. I was like, she ate twice as much as I did. I don't know how you did that. Yeah. Welcome to pregnancy. Sorry for blowing up your messages here, but
That's alright.
and it reloads. It's just still doing the double egg thing.
So you know why? Because this was uploaded as well with an egg already in it. So you're seeing the upload and what I'm building.
And it looks pretty cool. I mean, I will say that.
That's got to be, yeah, I'll post that on Discord as well, and be like, and I'll come up with something. When the game decides to show you twice the amount of fun.
What's funny is I'm here on your planet, but I'm not seeing you.
Oh, okay.
Well, because I didn't jump into your game. I'm just,
so that's why you're also seeing the double.
Well, earlier you were here, and you were building, and it was seeing both eggs.
Alright, so now we finish off the top. No, don't do that. Take your time. Actually, you know what? That should be easier. Okay. Going for the third. Come on. Save. I may alter that. Not yet. Oh, shite. Yep. Reload. And that's why we do every few. Because you never know when that's gonna happen. Oh, that looks crazy. Yeah, I know, Badger. I don't know what happened there. Thank you, Mima. I appreciate that. Oh, maze. Nice. Right on, Moose. Alright. Ooh. Do we get a plant this time or no? You never know. Alright. It's always a mystery. And no matter how you do these, by the way, no matter, you can build this thing 100 times and it's going to look slightly different every single time. Every time. It's going to have a slight different characteristic.
I can vouch for
Oops. I'm glad I didn't just do what I just did. I'm losing my mind again thinking stupid stuff. And it's really neat about, and that's one of the reasons I like them, is because you can truly you know, play with it. It can, yeah, what am I searching for here tonight? At this point I just want to finish before the stream's over.
I think the void eggs are the poster child of what you
Shit.
term as organic.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it really is. It's like the like if you want to do any sort of create your own snap points, this is a good way to practice it. So you kind of want it to be higher, and I think I can get it higher. No, but I can't because of the stupid flop over. Freaking kills me every time. Oh, I know why
You
my
build the
timing just
other egg
changed.
next to a hotspot?
Huh?
You build the other egg next to a hotspot?
No, I think there's a hotspot here.
Yeah, there is, right over here, not too far from this other egg.
Oh, well, it should encompass this area, I think. like, why is my timing off? I'm like, oh, Joby just, it's joined. So multiplayer immediately changes
I'm here to ruin building.
your rhythm. I almost thought about doing, actually I'm probably going to at some point. I have an idea for another kind of sculpture. Last one, last one. Come on, baby. Shit, wait a minute. Make sure I'm going off the right. Like, am I going down the right connector? Of course, it's the last one. You're going to be the most difficult, are you? There you are. And that, except for the lower portion, we still have one more section to put down here, and we're done. Then we're done. Storm's clearing, I'm betting. Alright, let's take a look at this one here. GT, no worries. I was just about to call it an eve as well on the stream, because we're getting into the wait, hold on. 10:30, 11:30, 12:30, 1:30. Yeah, we're getting into the 4-hour mark here, which I suppose I could breach, but you know, that is me. If there's people hanging out watching, I don't mind sticking around. And I don't have to work tomorrow.
Yeah, I think there's like 19 people still watching.
Yeah. If you guys don't mind, I'll keep going. You know, if you're going to hang out, I'll hang out. Let's go take a look at the other one real quick, so we can see any major differences. But I think it looks... Alright, so here we got... Just want to see how this upper part folds over. It's doing the same sort of thing. Yeah, it's got that little... Got that little overhang. Just a little bit of slight overhang on that. Now this one, when you look down on it, you're looking down at like this motion of light through the egg. So that's what you see at the bottom, and I'm going to put something right in the middle of it. That's why that wire is still sitting there. Otherwise I would have deleted it a while ago. So that light from the plant, you'll look down from here and look at that lighting. I mean, come on. It's gorgeous. It's gorgeous. Caroline, hello. Well, yeah, I mean, if people are chilling, I'll keep going. I'll finish this other egg and we'll reload. Maybe we'll get to see it done. Oh, wow, I hit 170 tonight. Thank you very, very much, people. Good to have you all back. Good to be back. Good to see you all again. And here we'll throw out the portal code in the bottom corner there. Somebody asked me to do that, and I will put it up, even though it's not ready yet. There's one at least to look at, you know, that's finished. It's just we got to wait for the plants, and who knows how you'll see it. But look at this lighting. I mean, it's just... See, and this is the parts of the game that make me continue to play. Is looking at the gorgeousness of Joby standing on the plant, I'm guessing.
I'm standing on. Oh, am I standing in your camera?
Yeah, it looks like you're standing on something, and you must be on
Yeah.
the plant that's underneath it. Yeah.
Yeah, we're standing. Well, kind of. I was hoping. I was trying to get inside of the plant. It wouldn't let me.
Right. So I'm just taking a look at, the construction of this one here. Taking a look at that middle band. See the window, how that folds over. I think this one is nicer. Come down here. Kind of see how all the, where everything kind of lays in. Now, if you go on my channel and you take a look at the very first one I did of these before we had Blender Glitch and beyond and all that stuff, you'll notice a very different shape, and it's a little more rough. You can tell it's a little, that in order to get things in position was a bit more difficult. Well, everything looks about the same, doesn't it? Yeah, we're pretty smack damn similar. I mean, this part's going to be... Alright, let's get to finishing. Let's do that. Alright, let's finish it at least. And then, thanks for hanging out and going through another one of these with me. Let's get back up in our booth. Our little building booth. And we just have one more set to run in, I think. It'd be nice if we could see, like, at the end of this, all the way it should be, you know what I mean? That would be great. Both plants in position the way that it was meant to be, seen. I would be super stoked if we could get to see that at the end of the night. Alright, where am I going to go here? Let's go top. I think we'll have, well, we may have it, nope, okay, we're good. I'm going to say we may have it chosen for us, depending on what that little teetering does. Nope. 747's taking off in my living room again. AKA the PlayStation 4. And mine's a Pro.
That funny meme of the guy with his PlayStation winding up, and it's like, he's like, no, it's okay. I'm surprised no one's tried a 3D print one of these yet.
What? One of my eggs?
Yeah.
Oh, God. Kill their printer. And it's not that neat. I mean, it'd be cool to see 3D printed. I wouldn't mind having a 3D printed model of one of these. Are you kidding me? Wood texture like this, looking like this, lit. I could put
Calling
like
up
little.
Captain Steve. Captain Steve, are you
Could
here?
be put some LEDs, some red LEDs in it. Come on. And you could get super crazy technical if you wanted. I mean, there's so many markings, but you'd have to have the right lighting to really utilize it. That's why these are all always a little bit funky too. Is, you know, your shadows, your lighting, your, you know, I keep saying this, but it's important to keep saying it, so hopefully it will get fixed someday. What the hell just happened there? I didn't touch anything on my controller. Why did it just change? Was I an idiot? No. Whew. Oh gosh. Every time I always forget, like, because I'm just so used to doing this so much. And then you make a whole run and then you realize, oh yeah, the connector's facing the wrong darn way. At least one of these days I should do an inside out. I haven't done an inside out one yet. I should do an inside out one. How do I do that? I just started the other way. I just started that way.
I made one out of the other curved windows. Remember that?
Yeah. Did I shoot? Am I on the top or the bottom?
And you have to run all
Top.
the lights the opposite way to do it with the other curved window.
I'm gonna make an inside out one. Damn it. Who wants to sit with me for the next 2 hours? I'll do that on the next, I'll do that tomorrow. And then that's what I'll do for my building tomorrow. I'll do an inside out version. We'll be up till 5 in the morning for me. But now I have to do it. I've said it. Now I got to do it. I mean, this is my baby after all. I have to do an inside out one now. I don't know how I'm going to do this, but I'm going to do it. I'm going to try. Alright, how would I do this? I would just start by flipping the lights. That's it. And then just following the track in a mirror reverse, right? Sure. Yep, an inside out one.
Well, my
See,
friend, I think I'm gonna bail.
alrighty. Yeah, I know. I'm not going to build that tonight. That's for sure. I'm definitely too zonkered for that. But thank you for stopping in anyway.
Yeah, it was a nice surprise to know that you were streaming. I was like, oh, what's up, building? I totally forgot. Yeah, this is what you do.
Yeah. Well, you know, I figured Sunday Shenanigans, bring it backward since I just started. It's back up again, you know.
Well, I'm glad to see you back and back into your old groove.
Noodling.
Nice.
Well, old groove. I need to get into a new groove with building because I've done this. I mean, but again, this environment just was like, it called to it. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
It really fit the build. But I'll, yeah, I got the next 2 days off, so hit me up. We'll do some.
Cool, man. Have a fun stream.
Thank you.
Bye, everyone. Thanks for I don't know. I'm just here. I don't know what I did.
Well, you added a little bit of entertainment, a little back and forth commentary, and, you know, filled in some time while I was doing what I was doing. That wasn't making any sense, like usual, but it was good to have you. It was good to have you.
Awesome, man. All right. Good night, everyone. Good night, have. See you later.
All right. Now we got the lower rung done. Whoop. Now we do the last bit and we're done. And then we can reload and see if we get anything. Maybe so many reloads we'll get see, that's the other thing. Now I remember. Now I totally remember. What? Yeah, okay. Yeah, we're going to be changing the next one up too. I remember something about my old one, my very first one, and why it looked the way it did, and I don't know why I haven't been incorporating it, but I will. Is this what we did on the other one? Yeah, it is. Inside out, inside out. How am I going to do that? I just got to flip it. That's all. It's the same. But the curve's going to be on the inside. That's all. So that means... Ooh, wait a minute. How can I do that? Ooh. Alright, it might be more of a challenge than I'm thinking. Oh, come on. Thank you. No, yeah, no, yeah. Because it's the outside that curves and gives that shape and helps to give this shape, you know? Alright, are you going to be a pain? Or are you going to be nice? You're going to be a pain. Son of a gun. Alright, we got to reload anyway. Alright, Manuel. See, one time the light stayed, this time it didn't. You out of here? Alright, later, Higgs. Or, wait a minute, or is Higgs saying, who is he? I don't know what's going on in the chat here. Still watching, lurking, yes, yes, yes. Thank you, thank you. We still have a couple of folk chilling, that's dope. Thank you, guys. I really want to see this, like, done in the thing, and, you know, you want to see your build. I mean, I should have known better than trying to build around a piece of flora, okay? I mean, it's my own dumb fault. Knowing what I know, and, you know, I still decided to do it anyway. Hey, Nomog, welcome. How you doing? Thanks for popping in. And of course, we get the high render again. But you know what? It works better than I thought. And of course, now we're going to get the freaking high render all the time. Son of a... I can't win tonight, I swear. I can't win. That's my life in a nutshell, though. Oh, son of a bitch. Alright, we gotta reload. I can't get it. We'll try, but I think I'm gonna end up deleting a bunch of shit right now. Yep. Caroline, thank you. And I missed somebody just... Did I say hi to somebody? No, Mug. Yeah, you just stopped in. Thank you. It's still the different render. It's like, what the hell, man? Like, every time I mess with this. I swear Hello Games is messing with me. We all saw what we saw when we came in, right? We measured this. We had it down. It should be different. You know what I mean? All of you who started in the beginning with me. Thankfully, it still works okay with the higher render. Excuse me. Pardon me. Excuse me. And that flower still has yet to come back. Oh my goodness. Pardon me. Pardon me. You know what? I'm not going to take any chances here. Give me a minute. Pardon me. Oh man, wow. That one hurt. Alright. Not used to that vapey stuff. Alright. Shit. Thank you. Alright, we're going to tempt fate. Not that much, though. I know it's only one more, but damn it. You screw up that last one, you got to redo those last three. Alright, we're done. Okay, now that we're done, let's get the hell out of here. Oh, well, we should have probably saved first, but... Alright. Let's get rid of all this stuff, and we're going to re-upload. Now that we have our lower version, although now it's going to probably always render high, which is going to really irritate me. It doesn't make sense, you know what I mean? I'm going to get rid of you. You. But the thing is like every time I would show up, it would be the other render, the one that we all started off with, that we measured for. And that's the one I always saw, because when I built the last one of these, every time I showed up, that pearl was sticking out the bottom. And then the one time I got with the higher render, which is what we've been seeing now. But every other time I showed up, it showed up with the lower render. Alright, we're going to get rid of you, and you, and you. We're going to retain everything else. Okay. Now, we are going to save. I figured I'd put a manual save next to that, so there's a dually going on. And we saved. We're going to save again because, well, now we're going to upload now. I'd like to take the picture with, excuse me, with it intact. But for now, I guess we'll do that. Ooh, I got a piece of pipe there now. Hold on. Forgot about that. I mean, that's our measurement, but we already measured, okay? So it's either going to render like we've been seeing it the past couple times, or it's going to render like we first saw it when we came in here. So, and our manual save currently has it if we need it, so. Alright, we'll take a screenshot, I guess. I don't know. I'm going to wait. Upload. Don't delete. Alright. Now, I don't know if it's going to show up though now, because now I'm looking over here and some of the plants aren't even showing up. Wanted to put one off in the distance, but probably wouldn't see it. I might just inhabit this area. Alright, so I'm going to give it a little bit of time for it to upload. While it's uploading, we will play with the camera. Get that silly vignette out of my way. And keep the clouds where they are. And let's give us a little bit more of a view. And let's save it. See, now this, in that thing with the pearl, I think it's going to look neat. And I'm going to have other little elements going on too. Like, I see that one in the background? That one there, I think, is the one I'm going to have that it's like part way in. So I'll build it specifically like this one was showing up when we first got here. And then I'll probably throw another one, and I've got an idea on one of these smaller ones. Because the pearl is considerably smaller, so I think I can finagle that a little bit easier. So I want to do one that's has some sort of element grasping at it. Or I might do it large scale too, I don't know. That might be a little too small, but I want to do something with the smaller version. And this, if the plant comes back, we'll see. I've got 2 plants, I'm waiting for them to grow back. It's such a crazy planet. Sorry, I got a little off track with rolling around with the camera. I'm just like, wow. Looking over there, that's pretty. Alright. Now the original Atlas seed, if you watch the video and you see this, okay, as you come in, there's something in the middle, and then there's all these other elements inside. The tourbillon growth, which used to spin in the middle of this, was so great. And now there is nothing. It is an empty husk. Oh, no worries, no Mac. When you get a moment, when YouTube is being less YouTubey, then... Now, I'm wondering, I'm going to try at one point, I want to see if I can't. I wish we could change the color of the shell of these pill lights, you know, not the nub. Ooh, do we have a good view? And I didn't realize. Yeah, we got an interesting view. Yay! That was unplanned. I like those. Not as central as I would like. You know, I wasn't planning on it, but it's still kind of an interesting. That's definitely neat. That works. Yeah, see. Gotta get that wire out of there. Wait a minute, which one is this? I need nothing in that. That wire can go. Okay. Shit, I just uploaded with the wire in there. Well, it doesn't matter, because if it shows up at the plant, I'll upload it again later. The wire will be hidden, you won't see it. Alright, speaking of that, should we try? Should we try to reload? What should we do? What should we do? Let's try a reload. It's been a little while. The upload should take. Or should I go up to the Nexus and come in through the Nexus? Let's try that. See if that does anything. Let's see what render we'll get this time. Yeah, minus the wire that was sticking in there, no mug. Throw the freighter up in there. I suppose you could always screenshot it. And I rarely build on that color palette. But again, this planet just seemed to call out for this build. And then the more I was, and then I'm sitting there building it, and I'm like, well, why, again, why am I building this? What is it doing here? Why is it here? Sometimes before it was just kind of a sculpture, But, I wanted to have sort of a theme this time. I feel bad about the original one being completely lost, but at the same time, the only reason I feel bad is because, I have more respect for the person who invited me to build there in the first place, and I built there with people I consider friends, But I kind of felt the need for a complete cleanse. I don't know if you know how that feels, but uncertain, and I've done that. My whole life has been that. Leaving things behind and starting anew. Until recently, although bits and pieces, but I've stayed in the same damn spot for a while now. No mug, yeah, you can, but I just there's no need to hide that. I mean, it just needed to be deleted at this point. Basically, there's two renders to the planet, and I've rebuilt this one spot a few times. The last time I built it, I thought I had it, but I was using the wrong render. And it doesn't really matter, I suppose, you know, but the render that I seem to notice the most often was a lowered version, which I like the higher one better, but yeah, it doesn't look like we're getting anything. Okay. Now it's going to be a waiting game of, oh, okay, now, did that plant return? Nope, that plant still hasn't returned. Okay. Now we could try reloading a manual save and see what happens. We could try going to, ooh, that one. Look at that one down there. I need to build that one there. I'd have to put a whole new base computer, but I just like the way that it's centralized. Kind of all by itself over there. Actually, this is the one I think I'm going to do the claw with. Yeah. Good thing that's creative. I'd be burning right now. Yeah. Look at that. Oh, this planet is going to be fun for some screenshots for this one anyway. I wish that other one over there was lit. Damn it. Yeah, see, we get up though, we lose the spark. I wonder how high that goes. I'll give it a second to cook. Alright, what do we got here? Do they go up or they stop at a certain point? Yeah, the render, it almost like it renders stops here. Unless I bring the camera up, I wonder. Or my character maybe? Or is it just that where that's where the sparks stop? The embers let go at that point maybe? Nope, okay, it's where I'm positioned. Damn, I could sit here for hours just trying to find like a cool view. Oh, look at that weird graphic up in the top corner there. Let's see what it looks like at night. Although I do like this tone of that we got going on here. Let's do that. This is where the game is just like downright beautiful, you know? Alright, I'm sorry. I'm just playing around now. 224? Yeah, normal day in Texas. Never been to Texas. I have relatives there, I've been told. On my father's side. I think I have like an aunt and a cousin or two. Alright, let's try and reload again. I really want to... I might as well just take this to 3 o'clock in the morning for me. Yeah, it's 2:37 now. Yeah, we might as well just goof around for another 20 minutes or so. Might as well. We've done it. Maybe I'll try hitting R&D and see what it'll try and do a reverse, an inside out one of these. Right, let's try to reload on a manual. Manual? Or should we try our last autosave? What was our last autosave? Was that the upload? No, that was the Nexus. Okay, so let's try manual. Actually, I haven't said hi to autosave in a bit. Auto also works pretty hard. Otto. The Simpsons episode is, my name is Otto, and I like to do plateau. How many grown-ups got that, and how many kids did not? There's a certain, generation got it. And then, of course, Simpsons did start getting a bit Disney and a little bit more user-friendly. Although the last couple of seasons have been pretty decent. Ooh, 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 what do we got? What do we got? Do we have the one we want? Oh, no. It's the high one again, isn't it? Yep. Now it's just a reverse of what I had before, but this is sort of a close, we get the idea. But the way it should be is you can still see inside a bit of the interior of this and the pearl, all together. If the bloom weren't so insane, I think it would look a lot nicer because, it wouldn't be overshadowing everything in there. Which I might be able to actually work with by changing color, which we may try. Although this color works pretty well for this environment. But this is roughly what it should look like. The other flower, of course, is still missing. But at least we get a bit of a view for tonight. Of course, would look cool with fire. And I also know that this is the high render because there's a piece of that kind of twisty rib-like material. Not this here, not this ball, but like, of course, now I can't find one. Man, it's like something changed. Yeah, this stuff. Yeah, right here. Alright, let me try and get it with when the lights are flashing properly. But yeah, I mean, it's still pretty cool. I will admit. But yeah, that still looks pretty dope. Fuck that pipe. Oh, excuse my language. I'm getting really sassy tonight. I apologize. That's the whole quitting smoking thing, man. Not that camera, please. No, this camera, please. Thank you. I still want to see everything the way it should be, But that still looks pretty cool. Henry, what's going on? Oops. Hello. Hi. Welcome to APG swearing. But it looks even, I mean, it fits no matter what. And I'm glad that it looks good both ways. That I'm happy with. I'm hoping we haven't seen it the other way now, of course, for some odd reason. We start the stream off and it's rendering with the plant lower. The whole terrain is a little different, come to think of it. But now it's just like cupped inside it, which is neat, you know. The top view, unfortunately, will not be as pleasant because you can't see inside. You know, and I'm not remeasuring and rebuilding this one more time. I can't. I'll have to just put it somewhere else and hope. But that still does look pretty darn cool. I will admit. But unfortunately, you know, I mean, it's not horrible top view. It's just way too bright. But you can't dive into it, you know, which is the whole thing I go for with this, you know, is to be able to dive into it and see the interior, you know. I don't want to give this thing a rectal exam, you know. But now imagine, you know, without that wire there. See, even that's not bad as an underside view, but granted, it wasn't really. This one was meant less for bottom up, obviously. But the top down was to be able to dive in, see the pearl, see the interior weave. But, you know, we'll wait for that render to come out, you know. I will video it or something. But this still looks neat. I am very happy with it. Don't get me wrong. It does fit, you know, it fits in its environment, and that's what's important. Oh, the wire, I just forgot to delete it. One I'm keeping, the one over there I'm keeping specifically because I got to wait for the thing to render back in. And then I'm going to blow it out and then wait for it to grow back again. But that's okay. Yeah. You know what I could do? I really, really want to see the actual render. You know, I do. I do. But this still looks killer. I'm not at all displeased with, you know, with that, because that definitely looks neat. It would just be nice to know that, you know, when you build something, you know, it would, if it's going to grow back, it grows back the same way so that you could plan your build around it, you know. Yeah, it did come up pretty decent. Well, guys, you got to see at least with the plant, so that's the bonus, you know. This, at least to see what it was intended to kind of be, you know. I'm happy about that. I'm glad you guys got to see this. And I love the coloration. I mean, look at that contrast, that hard, harsh contrast. That adds such a nice little flair to it. It almost looked like I don't know. Almost looks like a face in there, you know. And actually, when the other render comes in, there's a kind of a face-looking thing that's down here, and I'll point it out when it does eventually show up. But yeah, I'm all right with that. It's really kind of interesting, isn't it? But, you know, how many times did it take me to build this to finally figure out, you know, to deal with the render, you know, to make it centered as much as possible, you know, to have it encased in this thing. Damn, that does look good. Alright, I'm tooting my own horn tonight. I apologize, but that does look pretty good. Like, finally, this build has a home. Like, it's not just a floating sculpture. It actually fits in this environment. You know, it looks like it belongs there. I just wish I could see the regular render. I really do. Like what we intended on, you know what I mean? With that in the middle. And it's cool because, like, oh man, the other version, I like the pictures I've had of the first time I had it the way I envisioned it, and it was perfect. Like, I'll put the pictures up on Discord tomorrow, or later on today, when I wake up. Alright, if I had a camera on me, you'd see me just kind of grinning sheepishly at the moment. Like, that really fits. Dude. Oh, come on. Alright. I know it's the same darn thing that I built, like, now for some time, but you can't tell me that it doesn't finally look like it's got a home. This really fits. You know, I mean, it really does. Oh, no worries, Mary. Yeah. I could almost not, like, see, what I would like to do is repay the person that, where I built this originally, on a planet like this in a system that they're, you know, dealing with. Look at that, look at that, look at that, look at that. And it's so different from that perspective because, you know, now it's, you got the open tendrils. Wow. And this just almost looks like an ominous face, like looking down on you or something, like, brah. Yep, alright. It was worth sticking around to do this. I wish we could see the other plant and be able to kind of see both of them and see this in its, you know, again, the way that we thought it would come through with our measurements. And I wish that would light up. But you have to be near it for it to light up, so. I wonder if it would light up with another player. Yeah, it looks like it fits. It really does. It looks like it belongs. It's almost like... Damn it, I wish that beat was... You're killing me. You're killing me, Sean. You're killing me. No, I'm never gonna get featured. They featured me plenty, you know, with the bite beat and the time machine. I still have video footage of a lot of my old bases, even though I don't have my live streams up. And I think I'm gonna try and do a montage of, you know, the past. I'm just sorry, guys. I know. I apologize. I'm just walking around. I'm just watching it change in the different lighting, just to kind of see what it looks like under different lighting circumstances. Naturally, not me like finagling the camera, because it's very different. Wow. Yeah. Stoked. It really does fit, doesn't it? Wow. Oh, Murray, thank you. What are we going to call this? I need a name. It needs a name. Alright, we need to name the thing. Okay. Well, I need to see, we got the theme, though. Now I got to kind of work with the theme. I got to figure out how to make this work. What are these? What are these doing? Now that we have this void egg, okay, and a living ship and a void egg, is this just my interpretation of the void egg? Yeah, why not? Right? The mechanical void egg? No. Just because it's not mechanical, it's just like... Oh, thank you, Just John. For this particular instance, it was like, I knew this would work, you know, the shape, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, if I can get it to sit, you know, how am I going to get it to work in the, you know, how am I going to measure it? How am I going to get it? And then, obviously, then we had the dual render problem, you know. I'm afraid to reload. I'm like, I want to just keep looking at it in the plant, in its environment. Alright, let's walk up on it. That's always fun. And dual walk-ups, like you could walk up from like up, you know, from the other side and come up the hill and then see the planets come up with it and everything. We got all our markers. I should remove those, but it looks like it just is part of that plant. It really just looks like it's part of that plant. Oh, it would be so much better though if the lights didn't pop on, but, you know, whatever. I'll take what I can get. Yeah. Yep. Yep. I don't need to add anything to that. I don't need to put any fancy light show or anything. The other one I want to do something funky with, the one over there on the other side, but right on, Mary. Thank you. Thank you. Good to see you, by the way. Thank you for stopping in. Oh, we grew in some subscribers this evening. Thank you very much, whoever subscribed. I don't always get those notifications, and I apologize that I can't thank you personally with your name. Someday I will have the means and necessary equipment to make sure of all of that. Yeah, normally, like I said, I normally don't build with this color palette. Like, never. But even the color palette, I was like, there's something about it, you know? And I know, this is how I usually make these with this texture and coloration. This is the standard I use for these. Ooh, nice wall of flame. Let's just leave it here for a moment. It's almost 3 o'clock, so we're getting on our time to say goodnight anyway. But yeah, I am pretty happy with that. That is pretty crazy. I'll do one more camera pan around in a minute. And I'm sure we'll visit this again, in our next stream before we move on to throwing some parts around, because we need to do that. I'm still not happy with the fact that we lost that metal wall phase, because that really kills my interior deco stuff. And especially stuff I had planned for for coming back. I'm like, all right, I got this idea for a build, and it's all about some control rooms interior, and I'm like, I know exactly where I'm going to go with it. And, then the metal walls don't phase anymore, so that little bump out. Yeah, I'm just kind of digging on, like, watching what happens, with the whole environment with these in it, the one over in the background, which is now lit, which is cool, even if it is just from the, fire that now we can see what it would look like lit in the background, which is nice. It gives us the highlights. Yeah, now how that plant's turning a different, like, kind of coloration. We got that whole background now. It still works with it. And if we had a cinematic camera, I could do a cool... now the clouds are breaking. Nice how that one's being highlighted in the background now without the cloud. As the storm breaks. No, not yet. Oh yeah, I haven't heard our lovely lady yet. Yeah, Badger. Actually, I was hanging out with Beeble, and I was trying this technique, and it's just more work, and it doesn't work the way that it's not the same, because when the metal wall had that bump out, okay, what you could do is, and I did this right in the beginning of Beyond, when Beyond first dropped, and that we finally got scaling of parts, and so what I was doing was scaling the parts down to their smallest size, putting them behind the bump out, and then enlarging them, and then only exposing certain portions of the whatever part I was putting in there. So it would look like a different thing. But since they took it out, and idiot me and my meltdown recently, had I had I don't know where you can find it at this point. Oh, actually, yeah, I think I know where I can. American Psycho's channel still has the time machine. If you go to American Psycho's channel, I don't have any mods in chat anymore. I used to have a few, and I've lost them all since my channel. And thank you again for resubscribing to those of you who took the time to do that again. I really appreciate it. And to those of you who are brandy dandy new, thanks for checking me out and hanging out. Alright, I've dawdled around this enough, and it is that time of night, but man, I am super stoked. I'm gonna reload one more time before I go. Hoping that we can see what we measured. Actually, KJ, yep, thank you. I don't know who's, oh, KJ, my pleasure. Thank you guys for being here, watching me do the same stuff I do. Just chilling and hanging out, playing No Man's Sky, complaining about the things we like to complain about, and gushing about the things we love about the game. That's the nature of this beast, I think. It's that old typical love-hate relationship. Any good relationship is love-hate. Can't be all love. Yep, see, now we come back and it's plain and boring. So let's try one more time. Why not? Manuel, thank you so much for being Manuel. Thank you, Enra, sorry, excuse me. Thank you guys for hanging out for it. This is the last reload, I promise, and I myself need to get to bed. It's really late. Granted, it's not late for me. I got home at 10:30. I'm not gonna go right to bed at 10:30 after I just got out of work. Not to mention, you already all know, if you've been hanging with me for a bit, I don't really sleep much anyway. I'm up late, and when I do sleep, I sleep short, and I'm up early-ish. Although the past couple of weeks, I gotta be honest, this winter has kind of kicked my butt. I've been sleeping a little, which is not a bad thing. And what do we got? Damn it. Third time's a charm? Third time's a charm. Thank you for dropping that American Psycho one. Lava, still lurking. Right on. Yeah, gee, when I see so many, and for me, so many people this is a ton of people for me. 22 in chat is a ton. And thank you all for being here. It makes me not want to go, because I'm like chilling, there's always laughter, even if I miss stuff in chat. I look over and I get confused, and then that makes for fun. And yeah, I know, right? Just John. It was fun while it lasted. Going for the third time's a charm one, hoping that this one comes in with the way that we measured out for. But I have a feeling we're going to be depressed, yeah. Alright, we had our fun. Alright, guys, on that note, I want to thank everybody for chilling and hanging out tonight. Thanks for watching me go through building this thing a bazillion times. I don't know what my next night on is, or day on. I wanted to do something during the day, uh, but I guess that depends on whose day we're talking about. Um, it's Sunday. Beebs is on tomorrow. I mean, I could stick to my usual. It's just nighttime stuff after work for me. It'd just be nice to do something a little earlier for some of the people in the European area. Um, and thank you, everybody, again. Um, well, until next time, this has been me, APG, wishing all of you out there in No Man's Skyverse a bit of love, peace, and Starship Grease. Take care, everybody. And thank you again. We'll see you next time. If you liked what you saw and you were lurking in the background and you're not subscribed, give me a subscribe, by the way. Hit that little bell notification. Let you know when I'm going to build something weird again. All right. Guys, thank you much again. Appreciate everything. Take care.